overseen by this Hamas, which is a military group / political organization, but Israel also exercises some security control over Gaza, and frequently there are rocket attacks from Gaza on Israel. But what we're seeing is this, again, this would be an enormous rocket attack in and of itself, but we're seeing a rocket attack coordinated with land infiltration of terrorists over the border into Israel. Let me get you some more updates here. And the rocket alerts continue to right now. Ignis Fatum, who is in Israel, who I follow, says Tel Aviv municipality says at least one building in Tel Aviv was directly impacted by rocket fire. Number of scenes where rocket shrapnel fell all over the city. Breaking news. Wow. Joe Truzman reports unconfirmed reports of an Israeli tank targeted at the Gaza border. Again, unconfirmed reports of an Israeli tank targeted at the Gaza border. Now, this is not a large-scale invasion of Israel, okay? Let's just clarify that. This is not a large-scale invasion of Israel. The Israeli military forces are going to be vastly superior to whatever land forces you're seeing coming over from Gaza. That's not the question. But this is a very serious attack, and also I do think, as I've been talking about, as I'm showing you, as I showed you, Anna Ehrenheim said, this is not going to look good for the Israeli government that this has been allowed to happen. Intel Doge says that's not great. That appears to be an Israeli tank. Again, we don't know if that's real. We don't know if that's real. But just the fact that this is being allowed to happen, I think is going to be a really big issue. Let me show you some more reporting here. Hang on one second here. Hang on one moment, guys. Just give me one moment here. And the rocket alerts just keep going off nonstop. My phone is just blowing up with rocket alerts. Let me show you guys. Hang on. Some more reporting from Israel itself. Let me show you some more reporting from Israel. This is from Channel 13 Israel. Heavy rocket barrages from the Strip. Dozens of rockets were fired. Terrorists infiltrated. That's from Channel 13 Israel. Starting at 6:30 a.m., and the current time in Israel, I think is, what is it? Hold on. Israel time right now is 8:16 a.m. Starting about an hour and 45 minutes ago, alarms were sounded in the center and south of the country. Rocket launches from Gaza Strip. A 70-year-old woman was killed by shrapnel. According to the Israeli Defense Forces, a number of terrorists have infiltrated Israeli territory from the Gaza Strip. Residents of the Gaza Strip are asked to stay in their homes. Prime Minister Netanyahu is now on his way to conduct a situation assessment with the participation of all the heads of the security establishment. Okay. A surprise attack was launched against Israel with dozens of rockets launched. One of the heaviest barrages Israel has suffered in recent years. Okay. Israel, as I told you, the Israeli Defense Force has declared a state of war. Nathan Hunt, who I follow, says, have not seen a level of this style of attack in the many years of watching flare-ups between Hamas and Israel. And with them calling other groups to join in question, the question is, will Hezbollah join the attack? I have not seen this yet. Intel Joe shows incredibly graphic photos circulating showing at least 3 dead people lying on the ground with what are presumably gunshot wounds. I can't show that anyway. I'll keep an eye out though. And you can write to me on Twitter/X at Lookner. Here is a journalist, guys. Hang on a second here. Hang on. This is somebody from News from Channel 13. I want to show you this. I have seen this video. So again, this video is not graphic. There's no bodies in the video or anything. She says, this is Nira Kraus, and she is with Channel 13 News Israel. She says, Hamas terrorists are shooting civilians in an Israeli city. This is crazy. They invaded the country, and they're trying to shoot as much as they can. As you can see, this video is filmed from inside a family's home. And Nira Kraus also said, terrorists from Gaza invaded southern Israel, civilian cities, and they're shooting whoever they see. This is unprecedented. Israel is under attack. Dan Williams reports. Oh no, I don't know. Dan Williams, who I follow for Israel stuff. Oh, hold on a second. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Big breaking news. Big breaking news. Manny Fabian with Times of Israel is reporting that civilians have been massacred by Hamas terrorists in Sderot, Israel. Again, Sderot is near the Gaza Strip. Civilians have been massacred by Hamas terrorists in Sderot, Israel. This is not a rocket attack here. This is literally, there is a rocket attack. We're talking about terrorists coming across the border, being allowed to come across the border, and shooting at and otherwise, I don't know if they're attacking them, other civilians, and that's Sderot, Israel. Sderot is right there. You see the Gaza Strip. Here is Israel right here. There's the Gaza Strip. There's Sderot, just very close to the border there. So that is huge news. Big breaking news being reported now. How many people we're talking about who have been killed in Israel, that I do not know. That I do not know. So, and I'm trying to go through some of the things people are sending me. Oh, this was sent to me. I'm sorry. Frank Havinga sent this. I hadn't seen this. Israeli News 20, I-24 News, Israeli. This is an Israel station. Says Hamas claims to have fired 5,000 rockets towards Israel over the course of 2 hours. I don't know what the exact number is. It's a huge number. Multiple points of impact reported across the country. All right, hang on a moment. Literally non-stop rocket alerts going off on my phone. The rocket attacks keep coming. It's not stopping on my phone, guys. All right, give me one moment. Give me one moment here. Hang on one moment here. Intel Doge posted this video. He says he found this on this account here. And it supposedly is Hamas commandos roaming the streets of southern Israel. And I mean, these people coming into Israel, these terrorists, are they basically, it's basically a suicide attack? Because you think there's a decent chance they're going to get killed. Joe Truzman reports Iron Dome interceptions in the Jerusalem area. That's long-range rocket fire. So, I mean, we're talking about a lot of times the rockets only get fired towards Israel in the areas close to the Gaza Strip. Jerusalem is all the way over here. So it's especially provocative when the rockets are fired at places like Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. But we've had like nonstop rocket fire for 2 hours now. Look at this, guys. So I don't know where Ignis Fatum is in Israel. He says Israeli media, quoting security officials, a complete failure on Israel's side regarding preparedness for such events. This is our version of the Yom Kippur War. The Yom Kippur War began with a surprise attack on Israel in 1973. So, as I said, look, you're going to have a lot of criticism of the Israeli government and the Israeli military. How could you not have been ready for this? How could you not know this was coming? How could you let these people cross the border? We're seeing these videos of Palestinian terrorists just walking around southern Israel, shooting their guns, kicking gates, on cars, driving vehicles with guns on them. Again, it's just you're going to get these obvious questions. How could you let this happen? How could you let this happen? So this is a huge deal that this is going on. The Air Force is now attacking targets in the Gaza Strip. Here we go. The Israeli Air Force is now attacking targets of the terrorist organization of Hamas in the Gaza Strip. More details to come. So that is from the Israeli Air Force. They just posted this. They said they are now attacking targets of the terrorist organization Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Hamas is the military/political organization. It's anti-Israel. They run, they're the lead organization that runs the Gaza Strip, oversees the Gaza Strip. And Israel is saying that they are now, the Israeli Air Force is attacking targets of Hamas in the Gaza Strip. So I'm sure we're going to start seeing video of buildings exploding in the Gaza Strip and that kind of thing. Unconfirmed, an Israeli soldier abducted and moved to Gaza. Unconfirmed report of an Israeli soldier abducted and moved to Gaza. That's from Aleph. So Aleph, who I follow, says an Israeli soldier abducted and moved to Gaza. Oh, look at this, guys. Sorry. Oh, by the way, this video is floating around. I don't know if it's legit. It purports to show Hamas fighters crossing the border using paragliders. Allstare Bunkall posted this, but I've seen it posted elsewhere too. Is that really from today? Maybe it is. I don't know. That's unconfirmed video. This is unconfirmed video. And again, I want to show you what Joe Truzman, who's an analyst who studies Palestinian groups, what he said was going on. And I really do, you know, I put a lot of stock into what he said. Joe Truzman said, what is happening now is a coordinated attack by Palestinian armed groups from the air and on the ground. Rocket attacks, including infiltrations into southern Israel, are occurring. Okay? So he says it's a coordinated attack. And I believe he said that he thought that, did he say he thought it was that the rocket fire was like a distraction? Oh, let me show you something else too. Yes, he says, my initial assessment is that Palestinian armed groups, likely led by Hamas, are copying a Hezbollah tactic by launching rockets as a diversion to infiltrate southern Israel. So you launch a bunch of rockets and that takes the attention away. And then you enter on land with the likely goal of killing and abducting Israelis. As of now, they successfully made it into southern Israel. He also said, Joe Truzman, he said, this is what the Israeli defense establishment has been concerned, this is what the Israeli defense establishment has been concerned that Hezbollah would do coming into northern Israel from Lebanon. I don't think many expected this to happen with the Palestinian forces entering from Gaza. So again, he's saying this was expected as more of a threat from Hezbollah from Lebanon coming into northern Israel, but it was not expected that you'd have Palestinian forces entering on land from Gaza. This is really serious, guys. This is extremely serious. Here's a video from before from Global Military Info. Footage reportedly showing Hamas infiltrators in a truck driving around Israeli territory. Multiple infiltrations have been reported. A coordinated ground effort seems to be underway. Times of Israel is reporting that a number of Israeli citizens have been massacred in Sderot, Israel.
Yo, Hamasnikim! Hamasnikim!
A very, very serious situation. Let me show you what Times of Israel is reporting. Terrorists infiltrate southern Israel, clash with troops. Israeli Defense Force declares readiness for war. Now again, Gaza does not have any kind of military force that can stand up to the Israeli military, right? But that's not the point. The point here is not Gaza's not trying to take over Israel, but you know, it's a very delicate situation. If Israel realistically can't just go into Gaza and start randomly blowing stuff up and killing Gaza civilians, because that's going to cause a huge outcry all over the world. So you know, it's not, it's very complex, this situation. It's not that you have a state attacking Israel. You have these groups that operate out of Gaza attacking Israel. So, you know, Israel is not Israel. It's not just that like the state of Gaza is attacking Israel, right? So things get very delicate when Israel goes into Gaza and starts launching like airstrikes and stuff and doing stuff on the ground. You know, that can get really delicate there with people who weren't involved in the situation getting killed and injured. And so, but just to be clear, this is not like this. There's no like Gaza National Armed Force that's like a big threat to the Israeli military. That's not what we're talking about here. Okay, so just to be clear, there's no question of like Gaza forces being militarily superior here. IDF carries out retaliatory strikes on Gaza amid infiltrations, massive rocket barrages. Hamas's Gaza commander, Daif, urges Israeli Arabs, neighboring states to join attack. Mohammed Daif, the Hamas military commander. Again, Hamas is the anti-Israel military/political organization that basically runs things in Gaza. Mohammed Daif, the Hamas military commander, issues a statement calling the morning's attacks and infiltration the day of the Great Revolution. Army radio reports, quoting Hamas TV in Gaza. He urges Israeli Arabs living in Israel, to take up arms and encourages Arabs on Israel's borders to join the attack. And then this is from Times of Israel. Gaza terrorists launch surprise attack on Israel with rocket barrages and infiltrations. Palestinian terrorists in the Gaza Strip launched massive rocket barrages in southern central Israel, which continue. Over 2 hours now they've been going on. At the same time, terrorists infiltrated the town of Sderot, clashing with IDF troops. At least one person was killed and 15 wounded. The unprecedented surprise attack by terrorists in the Gaza Strip started a few minutes before 7 a.m. with hundreds of rockets fired at Israel. It came a day after Israel in the Arab world marked the 50th anniversary of the surprise attack by Egypt and Syria that launched the Yom Kippur War. This is actually really interesting. You know, this date. It's the day after the 50th anniversary of the surprise attack by Egypt and Syria on Israel that launched the Yom Kippur War. Very interesting. Hang on, I'm just posting this. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant was rushing to Tel Aviv to consult with security chiefs. Blah, 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 blah. The IDF says Hamas, which is behind the attack, will bear the results and responsibility for the events. Hamas says, the Israeli Defense Force says Hamas carried out a combined operation that included firing rockets and a terrorist infiltration into the territory of the State of Israel. All right. I have not seen the photo that supposedly is floating around of people killed in Israel by the terrorists. Oh, guys, new report here from Manny Fabian. He is with Times of Israel. Unverified footage from the Gaza Strip purports to show Hamas terrorists with the body of an Israeli soldier taken from Israel during the attack this morning. That is a new report. Also, Defense Minister of Israel Yoav Gallant has approved a wide call-up of reservists per the Israeli Defense Forces needs, his office says. Here is a report from Israeli radio station GLZ Radio. Itai Lavi, a resident of Kibbutz Ruhama, says, "We are in the settlement, guarding the gates and not taking any risks. Luckily, we are a bit distant. We hear what is happening and are very worried about what is happening in the surrounding settlements. Our friends are in a very sad situation. We fear for them. It's a very scary feeling of Yom Kippur 2023. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment. I am seeing right now. All right, I am not going to, guys, I'm not going to show this, but I have just reposted it. I believe I just saw the video of I believe what that video purports to show is people in Gaza kicking the body of an Israeli soldier. I don't know if it's legit, but it was posted by local focus security alerts. I can't show it on the air. Guys, a report from Khan News. Reports of terrorists taking over police and MGB vehicles in Sderot, Israel. MGB is border police. So breaking news, this is from Khan News. They just posted this. Reports of terrorists taking over police and border police vehicles in Sderot, Israel. That's from Khan News. Let's see. I just saw there is a account I follow on Telegram called News from the Field, and they post a lot of Israel news, and they are saying that there's a report about a shooting at a synagogue in Sderot, Israel. The details are under investigation, so I can't tell you. That's an unconfirmed report right now. I am checking some other reports here. A lot of reports coming in. So supposedly unconfirmed footage, unconfirmed report of an Israeli tank being hit. So let me show you this if I can show it to you. Hang on, guys. I just need to take a second here. Is this going to work? Give me one moment, guys. One moment. What do I need to do this? What do I need to hear? Give me one moment, guys. Let's do it this way. See if this works. So this is, hang on. Sorry. Guys, let me give me one more second here. takes a little bit of a pain to do this, but I want to be able to show you this stuff. And by the way, the rocket alerts continue. My phone is still blowing up with rocket alerts. It's crazy. Non-stop rocket fire. Okay, so this is... Can I show you this? Okay, so what you're looking at here is... This is a post by that account... it's called this was a post linked to, this is an account I follow called Turned on the Z War. This is unconfirmed video which purports to be footage of an Israeli tank. He says the crew has been captured.
تم خطف جميع من كان داخل هذه الدبابة. تم خطف جميع من كان داخل.
I got to go back and show it to you the other way. Anyways, you see the footage right there. So purportedly, that's an Israeli tank. That's an unconfirmed report of an Israeli tank, I guess, at the border, that has been hit and destroyed, and maybe the crew captured. I don't know. Yeah, Intel Doge saw the same thing I saw. He says, in regard to the picture of the destroyed Israeli tank, it's from a live stream, and the men in the live stream claim to have captured the crew inside the tank. Hadass Gold, who's with CNN, says major escalation after a massive rocket barrage starting at 6:30 a.m., around 6:30 a.m. Sirens continue going off across Israel about 2 hours and 50 minutes later, including Jerusalem. IDF reports militants have infiltrated Israeli communities across the Gaza border. Reports of dead and wounded. IDF calling up reserves. Wow. And we're seeing this. I believe I have seen this video or one of these videos. Michael Horowitz says one Palestinian outlet shows a video of what appears to be the body of an Israeli soldier that was dragged back to Gaza. Breaking news, look at this. Difficult images are circulating online of many murdered Israeli civilians after Hamas-led terrorists infiltrated Israel from the Gaza Strip. That is from Joe Truzman. So I've heard a number of reports of these videos. Hang on a second here. By the way, the rocket alerts keep sounding, guys. The rocket alerts keep going off non-stop. Oh, I'm seeing a video right now. A viewer sent me this. I think it's a different version of the one I saw. It's a body of what looks like a body of an Israeli soldier being pulled out of a car and stepped on. It's similar to another one I saw. Yeah, I've seen a couple of these videos, which I think are from Gaza, supposedly. What is this? Hey, let me show you this. Elise let me know. Local Focus Security Alerts posted another video. Oh. So again, this is that video we saw earlier, which is Local Focus Security Alert says this is a video of Palestinians controlling an Israeli army tank hit by anti-tank missile fire. And purportedly in this video, the guy says that they captured the Israeli crew. I don't know if that's true of that tank. Then also Local Focus Security Alerts posted this video showing Palestinian Al-Qassam elite forces spread inside Israeli territories in southern Israel. Really scary situation.
وایمه بالا بطایش وایمه وایمه لا وجه
Yeah, there are unbelievable videos coming from Israel of Palestinian terrorists who've crossed the border from Gaza into Israel and are walking around firing at people. It's really bad. Oh, I just saw some, guys. I just saw a couple of really bad photos. I can't show them. I retweeted. It's awful. Yeah, I just saw a couple of the photos that you guys have been seeing, that some of you have been seeing. There's a couple photos I'm looking at of just a number of people who are like older women who look like they've just been massacred on the street. It's really horrible. It's really bad. Yeah, there's one of them that shows what looks like 4 older women like at a bus stop, just massacred. And then there's another one that shows several more just killed, massacred. These are not soldiers. These look like they're like 60, 70-year-old women. Yeah, this is really scary. Another video from Local Focus Security Alerts. Video showing Al-Qassam elite forces heading toward southern Israel settlements.
الله يحميك يا شباب الله أكبر الله يحميك يا شباب الله يحميكم الله معك يا شباب الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله يحميك يا شباب الله يحميكم الله يحميك يا شباب.
Yeah, this is just stunning. So you have, and it seems like you can hear the rockets overhead. This in that video, this started about 2.5 hours ago. And if it was just a rocket attack, this would be an enormous rocket attack on Israel from Gaza. But you had a rocket attack, and then shortly after, what looks like at least dozens of terrorists crossing the border on land into Israel from Gaza. We've had reports of people killed in Israel, civilians, by these terrorists. And we've had videos of people, of these terrorists walking around Israeli towns. It's really scary. It's really, really scary. And again, if you haven't seen it, this is a video of Hamas terrorists clashing with Israeli forces in southern Israel. Yeah, let me show you some of those videos in case you haven't seen it. It's just unbelievable. Defense Minister Gallant reports Manny Fabian, Defense Minister of Israel, declares an emergency situation within a range of about 50 miles from the Gaza Strip, allowing Israeli forces to restrict gatherings. Yes, and then here's this video This is a video from Sderot, and this is Palestinian terrorists who have crossed the border into Israel, and they're in Sderot. This is from Manny Fabian. This was posted about an hour and 20 minutes ago.
Ima! Mami!
I mean, this is just stunning. This is an Israeli town, an Israeli city, and you have a truck with a gun on it and all these terrorists, and terrorists on top of buildings. So, as I said before, this is going to be a huge crisis for the government there. People are going to be saying, how could you let this happen? How did you not know that this was going to happen? How could you not protect us? Yeah, this is Manny Fabian with the Times of Israel. He knows what he's talking about, believe me. This is Sderot, Israel. Sderot has 30,000 people who live in Sderot, Israel. It's right near Gaza. Another clip showing the Palestinian terrorists in Sderot, posted by Times of Israel's Manny Fabian.
Yo, חמאסניקים! חמאסניקים!
Unbelievable. Michael Horowitz posted this: Palestinians capture an Israeli jeep and brought it back to Gaza. Jason Smith, our viewer, says big intelligence failure. It certainly seems like it. This appears to have caught Israel very off guard. Global Military Info says Palestinian fighters returning to Gaza with a stolen IDF vehicle. Trey Yinks with Fox News, check this out. He says apocalyptic scenes right now in southern Israel.
Massive rocket fire continuing from Gaza. This is clearly a coordinated operation by Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and other factions inside the Strip. But you can see here significant damage to the southern part of this country. Sirens sounding in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Days of war are ahead. Massive rocket fire.
You are going to see a massive military response in Gaza from Israel. I mean, this is really intense. Carrie Keller Lynn, who is with the Times of Israel, she just posted this. Let me show you what she posted. So I got to check a bunch of different sources here. Carrie Keller Wynn with Times of Israel says, the Hamas attack started around 6:30 a.m. Saturday, 50 years and 1 day from Arab armies invading Israel to kick off the Yom Kippur War in a surprise invasion. Also, it was the holiday of Simchat Torah, itself falling on Shabbat. Israel caught unaware. Israel caught unaware. Oh, let me show you some more reporting here. Okay, this is from Ynet News Israel. The residents of the Otaf are begging for help. We are being slaughtered here. There is no army and nothing. We have been abandoned. In the Israeli settlements near the Gaza Strip, residents are holed up in houses and shelters in reports of heavy gunfire. One of them said, "No one came to help us. More than an hour and a half with non-stop shooting." Another resident testified, "Terrorists passed between the houses and tried to enter. Ofakim municipality called on the residents, do not leave the house." Again, this looks really bad for the Israeli security forces. It looks like people were not protected in these villages. Residents of the localities in the area surrounding Gaza this morning sent panicked calls to the security forces to hurry and intervene after many terrorists entered their localities and opened fire. While the exchange of gunfire continues, a resident of one of the localities in the area told Ynet News, "We are under attack and no one is coming to help us. For more than an hour and a half, there has been nonstop shooting. They are slaughtering us here. There is no army and nothing." Wow. I'm going to post that. Shortly after 8 in the morning, a resident of one of the settlements in the Gaza Strip said, terrorists are, I think that's near the Gaza Strip, terrorists are passing between the houses and trying to enter the houses. Another resident of a locality near the Strip said, "We are stranded in the MMD. We cannot understand what is happening. You hear a lot of gunfire. We are all here in complete silence, not understanding what is happening and feeling," that's probably a bad translation, "we are not informed. We just hear a lot of nonstop shooting." These are people, Israelis, who live near the Gaza Strip where the terrorists have infiltrated their villages. Hamas launched, look at this photo, look at that photo. A terrorist who was recorded at one of the buildings in the area in Israel surrounding Gaza. Look at this. Wow, what a picture that is. I'm going to post that right now. That's quite a picture. Sorry. It says a terrorist who was recorded at the entrance of one of the buildings in the area in Israel surrounding Gaza. You have these armed terrorists coming into southern Israel, these places near Gaza, and just going into these civilian areas. And it looks like there's at least dozens of them. According to sources in the region, there is loss of control over the Erez crossing post, and most of the infiltration from the Gaza Strip came from there. Among other things, terrorists were recorded driving vehicles in the southern settlements of Israel and opening fire at civilians and members of the security forces. Unbelievable. What a terrible looking situation, a horrible situation, and a terrible look for the Israel security forces. Yeah, there's Erez. Erez Israel is there. A little while after the start of the attack, the head of the military wing of the Hamas organization in Gaza, Mohammed Deif, made a special statement which made a connection between the combined surprise attack on Israel and the events at Al-Aqsa Mosque. We warned the enemy in the past, he said. They attacked the Islamic movement and desecrated Al-Aqsa. Al-Aqsa is a sacred mosque, I believe, in Jerusalem, where there have been some clashes between Israeli forces and worshippers at that mosque. I don't know all the background of that, though. In his statement, the Hamas military leader said Hamas had launched a military operation which he called the Al-Aqsa Flood. Deif, who rarely speaks publicly, called on the terrorists who infiltrated the settlements surrounding Gaza this morning, carry out your attacks on the settlements with all the means and tools at your disposal, he added. Today, everyone who has a rifle should take it out. It's their time, and each of you should go out with your truck, vehicle, or axe. Today, he said, a new history has opened, a brighter and more honorable history. The head of the military wing of Hamas also called on Arabs living in Israel, to act against Israel. Wow. That is from Ynet. Okay, more rockets being launched now. Joe Truzman just posted another large-scale rocket attack now against Jerusalem and other Israeli cities. That is going on now. Olive says, just saw an image of 2 dead Israeli soldiers. Bodies were transferred to Gaza, according to the sources close to Hamas terror organization. So we have had photos and videos appearing to show dead Israeli soldiers, at least one Israeli soldier, and certainly photos appearing to show dead Israeli civilians. Oh, look at this. Multiple impacts in southern Israel. This is from Trey Yingst.
Just to give you a sense of what's taking place right now in southern Israel, the Israelis had no indications this was going to take place. You can see the building behind me took a direct impact. There are fighter jets in the air over Gaza right now, striking positions, and reports of infiltrations along the border. This is an unprecedented, coordinated attack by the factions inside Gaza.
Wow, just unbelievable. Again, a lot of rockets being fired at Israel right now. You can see Israel War Room just posted simultaneous Hamas rocket fire targeting Israelis in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. So more rocket fire. Well over 2 hours into this rocket barrage, it continues. The rocket barrage continues. Seth Fransman says more sirens and interceptions in southern Jerusalem. All right, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Hang on. It doesn't really help me. Give me one moment, guys. Sorry. Let me know what you're hearing at Lookner on Twitter/X. Yeah, if you send me a video, you know, if I don't know who is the person posting it, I can't really. It's hard for me to confirm it's actually from today. So I'm seeing a lot of stuff floating around, but I don't. You know, I want to be careful about the videos I show and try to figure out something about where they're actually coming from. Hang on a moment here. I just saw a photo which purports to be of a dead terrorist next to a motorcycle. I cannot confirm that. I'm not going to show it, but it purportedly shows a dead terrorist next to a motorcycle. I certainly think that eventually we will see more of those type of things as well. Again, some very disturbing photos are floating around appearing to show murdered Israeli citizens. All right, I'm still checking a number of sources here. This is from Ynet. They say armed terrorists drive a truck around the city, shooting at the police station. A video was published on social networks in which armed men are seen who apparently came in from the Gaza Strip. The gunmen shot everywhere. Elite units were jumped into the area. Palestinian terrorists who apparently came from the Gaza Strip were recorded this morning driving around the city in a Toyota-type vehicle, shooting everywhere. No injuries were reported. Well, it sounds like people have been killed now. In Sderot at least. Shooting was reported at a police station in the city. Following the surprise attack on Israel, Navy units and various units were put into the mass infiltration events in the settlements surrounding Gaza. The infiltration was from the air with windsurfers immediately after the opening blow of the rocket fire and probably also through old tunnels. Well, we've seen video of an unconfirmed video of like a person or people infiltrating on a glider. We've seen video of people on trucks, on helicopters. Let's see here. From Tel Aviv, a rocket impact, a video of a rocket impact in Tel Aviv. This is for Ignis. Ignis Fatum is actually in Israel. Michael Horowitz says, from the pictures published by Palestinian media outlets, it is clear that at least one border post near Gaza, one Israeli border post, was overrun by Hamas. How could that happen? Yes, and look, I have seen these pictures. These pictures are awful. I have seen a couple of these pictures. They're awful. Michael Horowitz says multiple images are circulating of Israeli civilians who were gunned down by Palestinian militants at a bus stop in Sderot near Gaza. I saw one picture I saw had about 4 or 5. It looked like 70-year-old women who were just gunned down. Hang on a moment here, guys. trying to bring you the latest developments here. Yeah, those pictures are really awful. This is new, guys. This is from a Palestinian news outlet. They say the Palestinian resistance seizes a new enclave of its occupation settlements. So this purports to show Palestinian fighters in Israeli territory in control of something or other. I don't know if that's an Israeli vehicle there. That was just posted by this Palestinian media outlet. Oh, wow. I just saw, wow, this is terrible. I just saw a photo, which is a picture. There is a post from a well-known Palestinian news account showing photos of how many people? They're very graphic photos of 4 dead Israeli soldiers inside their military barracks and settlements and sites at the eastern Gaza Strip. A well-known Palestinian news account just posted very graphic photos purporting to be of 4 killed Israeli soldiers inside their military barracks. A well-known Palestinian news account just posted very graphic photos purporting to be of 4 dead Israeli soldiers who were allegedly killed inside their military barracks. Yeah, they're really graphic. They're horrible. I can't show it. Really bad photos. I just saw it myself. It's 4 different Israeli soldiers supposedly, and that it's an account I'm familiar with. It's a very well-known Palestinian account. Wow. Manny Fabian says Prime Minister Netanyahu to hold assessment at 9:30 a.m. in 15 minutes and Security Cabinet meeting at 1 p.m. I don't know what assessment is. I am hearing that the airport is closed. A couple of Palestinian news outlets are claiming that Ben Gurion Airport is closed in Israel. Is that true? Hold on. So there are unconfirmed reports that the airport is closed. I don't know that that's true. I'm seeing it in Palestinian media. I'm not seeing it elsewhere. I'm sure we'll hear it soon if it's true. Hang on here, guys. N12 News says, report, Israeli forces eliminated a terrorist squad near Mordecai. Report, Israeli forces eliminated a terrorist squad near Mordecai. That is from N12 News. They just posted that. Where is Mordecai? There's a Yad Mordecai right here. We know that Sderot right here is where apparently a number of Israelis have been killed, Israeli civilians. I just saw some other reporting too I wanted to show you. Local Focus Security Alert says video of Palestinian Al-Qassam elite forces controlling an Israeli military jeep inside Gaza. This is, in addition to being a tragic event today with people killed and injured, this is a very, what's the right word here? Embarrassing is not strong enough a word on how this makes the Israeli government and the Israeli military look. It looks like the Israeli forces were just caught completely off guard. It looks like a total intelligence failure, a military failure, a failure to protect the residents who live near the Gaza Strip. This is in addition to being a tragic occurrence with large human cost, this is a crisis for the Israeli government and the Israeli military. Dozens of wounded evacuated to Soroka Hospital. This is in Israel. This is from News Israel 13. Soroka Hospital is in Israel. Dozens of wounded. Dozens of wounded. That's from News 13 Israel. Okay, guys, Khan News, let me show you what Khan News Israel is reporting. Khan News says terrorists penetrated from Gaza to Israel, heavy barrages to the center and south, rocket barrages. Dozens of terrorists have infiltrated Israel. IDF says Hamas will pay a very heavy price. A 70-year-old woman was killed and a 20-year-old man was wounded by rocket fire at Israel. That purportedly, I believe, is a terrorist vehicle driving across the border. Let's see here. This is a live updates here. Chairman of the Israeli Labor Party. Chairman of the Israeli Labor Party says, today is Netanyahu's Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur was it's referring to the Yom Kippur War, which began with a surprise attack on Israel by some of its neighbors. Yeah, let me just get you a description of the Yom Kippur War here. Let's see here. Yeah, the Yom Kippur War began with a surprise attack on October 6th, 1973, where Egypt and Syria attacked Israel and had some initial successes. It was a surprise attack. And the chairman of the Labor Party of Israel says today is Netanyahu's Yom Kippur War, basically, a terrible and shameful failure, a very difficult morning. Start Shabbat and holiday mornings by running with the children to the stairwell. Sirens are sounding in Jerusalem again. Rocket sirens. Oh, wow. Wow. I'm going to post this. Guys, I just posted something which is crazy, which is from a Palestinian, well-known Palestinian news account. and it claims to be 2 Palestinian terrorists with the body of a dead Israeli soldier inside their barracks, standing over him and celebrating. It's really terrible. Wow. This is a video purportedly, this is from PalInfoAR, a Palestinian news account, which is a video purportedly of Palestinian terrorists in Israel. I'm sorry. What I was going to say is there's pictures of dead bodies of both soldiers and civilians that are floating around. Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, my Twitter account is at Lookner, at Lookner, at Lookner. All right, here's what we're going to do. Hang on a second here. Hang on a moment. Guys, give me just one moment. Give me one moment. Okay? I need one moment. Hang on. Yes, you can see Michael Horowitz says, from the pictures published by Palestinian media outlets, it is clear that at least one border post near Gaza was overrun by Hamas. So I have seen a number of photos in Palestinian media which appear to show Israeli soldiers killed in their barracks. So again, if that's legit, it means that some Israeli soldiers were taken maybe by surprise in their barracks. But it looks like a number of Israeli soldiers may have been killed. Oh, wow. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on, guys. So, one of the photos I saw, I've seen it described different ways. Michael Horowitz, I just retweeted Michael Horowitz, who said Palestinian media are releasing images of Hamas militants inside Israeli houses with murdered civilians. Now, I can't show it, but I just retweeted it. But I saw one picture that I had seen described elsewhere as a picture with an Israeli soldier. So it's hard to exactly say what we're seeing right now. Oh, really quickly, hold on 1 second here. I have to restart. Let me restart the Twitch stream. Hold on a second here. I got to restart the Twitch stream. Let me restart the Twitch stream. I apologize. Okay, we should be good to go there. Right. Sorry, let me just make sure everything's working here, guys. All right, we're back on Twitch. Good. Sorry. Okay, so guys, let me just summarize what is going on here. I know there's been a lot of updates. So look, it is currently 9:30 a.m., 9:28 a.m. in Israel. 3 hours ago, this coordinated attack, this is just crazy, on Israel by Palestinian forces in Gaza began. So there is Israel, there is the Gaza Strip right here, which is not part of Israel. It's a territory. It's not a country, it's a territory. But it is run by the anti-Israel group Hamas. And rockets started getting fired at Israel from Gaza, which does happen every so often. But it was a huge amount of rockets. But what happened is, after the rockets started getting fired at Israel, you then had dozens, at least dozens, maybe hundreds, but at least dozens of Palestinian terrorists have crossed the border from Gaza into Israel. And it appears that they have killed a number of Israeli soldiers and Israeli civilians. There are a number of videos of Palestinian terrorists walking around, driving around Israeli territory. For example, the town of Sderot in Israel. And the rocket alerts have been going on nonstop. Even if this was just a rocket attack, it would be just enormous, because it's been like 3 hours now of rocket fire from Gaza into Israel. But it's a combined enormous rocket attack on Israel, plus this, I've seen it described as unprecedented terrorist infiltration into Israeli territory. Terrorists appear to be killing Israeli soldiers, killing Israeli civilians, and this is ongoing right now. Apparently, Israel caught totally off guard. This looks like a major intelligence and military failure for Israel, seeing a lot of comparisons to the Yom Kippur War in 1973, which started with a surprise attack on Israel. So, and I believe this is 50 years and 1 day after the start of the Yom Kippur War. So we are bringing you live breaking news coverage here of this. This is I haven't seen anything like this recently in Israel. This is certainly an incredibly serious, dangerous situation in Israel, which is sure to result in a huge Israeli military response, and I would think in a huge political crisis in Israel as well. So we're bringing you live coverage. Give me a shout. Let me know what you're hearing at Lookner on Twitter, Twitter/X. Oh, this is interesting. So Nathan Ruser, there was a video floating around here, which purportedly was of Palestinian terrorists walking around in southern Israel. But this one video, Nathan Rooser says this is from the center of Ashkelon, and he says, I'm pretty sure it shows Israeli police sweeping the area. So it's possible that this video here
מתי יש? ראימה. ראימה.
So it's possible that that video is of Israeli police. There's clearly a lot of videos that are not of Israeli police. Oh, The Economist's Greg Carlstrom says this. He is the Middle East correspondent with The Economist. He says, unprecedented, the biggest security failure in Israel in half a century, and something that will certainly lead to full-scale war in Gaza. Residents reported and took videos showing squads of Hamas militants marching into the southern city of Sderot. So he says this is the biggest security failure in Israel in half a century, and something that will certainly lead to full-scale war in Gaza. Evan Hill says of this video in Ashkelon, Israel, he says, this video was filmed in Ashkelon, so given the context and behavior, I suspect these are Israeli forces, but hard to tell at this very fast-moving stage. Let me show you some updates here. From some Israeli media. Ynet. This is from Ynet. Hostages and dead in the attack on the south. Fear of kidnapping. The IDF declared a war alert state. Around 3 hours ago, the terrorist organizations in Gaza launched a combined attack. Terrorist infiltration and heavy rocket fire. Direct hits from the rocket fire. A woman was killed and at least 15 were injured, 2 of them seriously. At least 2 centers with hostages in settlements in the Gaza Strip or near the Gaza Strip. Special forces of Israel and the police are close to buildings that were taken over by terrorists. There are also casualties in the attack on the Otaf settlements, and it's feared that civilians have been abducted to the territory of the Gaza Strip. Okay, so Ynet reports that it is feared that Israeli citizens have been abducted and taken to the Gaza Strip. Wow. So again, that's from just a few minutes ago from Ynet. They say that special forces of the IDF and the police are close to buildings that have been taken over by terrorists, and there are casualties in the attack on the Otaf settlements in Israel, I believe that would be. Maybe that's a bad translation there. And it is feared that civilians have been abducted to the territory of the Gaza Strip. This from a few minutes ago. Terrorists are still on the horizon. There is complete chaos here. About 10 terrorists managed to penetrate the horizons. I don't know what the horizons is. It's probably a bad translation. They surprised us. There is complete chaos here. Also in Sderot, Netivot, and everywhere in the country, said a security source. Maybe the horizon is a place. My phone is still blowing up with rocket alerts. The rocket alerts are nonstop. There are casualties in the terrorist attack on the southern settlements of Israel. Okay, we already showed you that. Wow. Senior security officials from the Israeli Defense Forces told the leading politicians in the last 2 weeks that Hamas is deterred and is not interested in escalation. Well, that was a big intelligence failure, if that's true. Resident of the South. Half an hour ago, there was a squad of 30 terrorists in front of me. Miraculously, I got out of there. A resident of southern Israel who was driving his car told Ynet, there was a squad of 30 terrorists in front of me. They shot at my car, left with motorcycles. Miraculously, I got out of there. The children are stuck in the house. Anyone who does not have an M16 is not allowed to approach this area. Wow. Ynet also reports that in the days before the surprise attack, senior IDF officials told political leadership, I believe that means, that Hamas was deterred. I mean, clearly an enormous, enormous intelligence failure by Israel. Oh, look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Unconfirmed video. More Hamas terrorists are reportedly infiltrating Israel again with motorized hang gliders. This is from Global Military Info. The app I have for rocket alerts is called Red Alert. It is called Red Alert. That is the rocket alert app I have. A quick thank you to Sergey and Blackhawk and Rune Gronbach and Cesar de Geronimo and Hebrew Jerusalem Boy and also John Lopez and Jordan B. and Philip Lanebull and Sander M. and Sergey and Zeppelin and Tristan Wellman, sorry I'm a little behind, and Senior and SL, and also thank you to Anthony Easley and Data Management Services. And I do want to say a quick thanks to our moderators as well. Give me 1 second here, guys. Hang on a second. Hang on. Thanks also to Amy Cluck for the Facebook stars. And thanks for your support on Twitch, Anton, Haas McKayfabe, Mediocritish, Trace, and others. And really quick, let me just thank our moderators for being here. I really appreciate it. Over on Twitch, Daily Disclosure, David Green, McBritches, Papa Bear, Sharon C54, and Sarah. Also, Kay Lowry Body over there on Facebook is moderating. Thank you so much, Kay. Raven Riley has been there moderating. Valerie Gale Griffin, thank you. I am still getting rocket alerts on my phone after 3 hours. The rocket fire still continues. And over there on YouTube, Danny James is moderating. Thank you, Danny. Havasu Mom, Misty, really appreciate it. Thanks to all of our moderators. Just incredible scenes. Again, look at this. Apparently unconfirmed, another video of Hamas terrorists infiltrating Israel with motorized hang gliders. From Global Military Info. That's the second purported video we've seen of that. Don't know if can't confirm it's happening. Okay, update here. Nathan Hunt, who I follow, retweeted this. This is from Noga Tarnopolsky. She is an Israel-Palestine reporter. A lot of people I follow her. So I'm going to assume this is unconfirmed, but I'm going to show you what she is reporting. This is an unconfirmed report. Yes. So she says, Israeli police report terrorists from the Gaza Strip are holding hostages in homes in Okafim. See what happens if they have hostages? What are the Israeli police going to do if these terrorists have civilians hostage? Armed militants have also infiltrated into Netivot. There are many Palestinian reports of Israeli soldiers being taken hostage into Gaza. So we know that Sderot, Okafim, and Netivot. So Sderot is here, and we know that there's been reports of Israelis killed in Sderot. Netivot is where? That's near Gaza too. Netivot, right there, Netivot. So are there terrorists there as well? And also Okafim. I did not spell that right, apparently. So how many places, how many of these settlements have these terrorists gotten into? We just don't know. Ofakim, I'm sorry. And Ofakim is over here. That has 34,000 people live in Ofakim, okay? In Netivot, 40,000 people live in Netivot. These are not little settlements. These are like cities, okay? So we honestly don't know. It's really scary. We don't know which of these towns, cities with tens of thousands of people living there. I can't tell you where there's conflicting reporting. There's unconfirmed reports that terrorists have gotten into different of these towns, but we don't know where they are exactly. It's really scary. Oh, Georgia, someone of our viewers, Orlev says Ofakim is the horizon one. Oh, wow. News update. Khan News says terrorists infiltrated Israel from air, land, and sea. Wow. That's from Khan News. Khan News Israel is reporting that terrorists infiltrated from land, air, and sea. Khan News Israel. Wow. So somebody says, see? Well, look, in theory, you could go in Gaza and take a boat out and cross over here, right? Because that's Israeli territory. So in theory, you could take a boat and come in this way, somewhere up here. That's Israel. That's right near Gaza. I haven't seen any kind of boats. I don't know what the by sea is. We've certainly seen video that appears to show these people in motorcycles, on trucks, some taking gliders. Hang on a moment here. Wow, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Surprise attack on Israel from Gaza. Oh, see, Joe Truzman, one of our Rita said. Sorry, there's so many reports coming in. Just trying to bring you the latest here. Joe Truzman posted this about 10 minutes ago. He said civilians from Gaza also appear to have entered Israeli territory following the large-scale infiltration of southern Israel by Palestinian armed groups. So I don't know if they're doing anything there. Again, you have Gaza civilians crossing into Israeli territory. I don't know that they're doing what the terrorists are doing there.
عدينا الخط الأول الخط الثاني بفضل الله عز وجل بسرعة وروح الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Oh, Andres Corrales sent me this. I hadn't seen this before. Global Military Info posted this like 2 hours ago. They said it's supposed footage of an Israeli warship engaging a boat from Gaza attempting an infiltration. So maybe this is legit. I don't know.
התקפות בלייב, קבלו. וואי. מי זה הסירה הזאת? אחי, זה נראה לי מחבלים, באמא שלי. התקפות.
Again, there is reporting that some of the terrorists came in by sea. The rocket alerts are still going off, nonstop on the phone. Non-stop rocket alerts in Israel. Okay, so this is very interesting. Ignas Fatum I follow. He's in Israel. He's hearing at least 21 ongoing events involving Palestinian terrorists that infiltrated from Gaza across southern Israel. Where are all these terrorist groups? I don't know. I'm also going to check some of the Israeli media for reports of this. But where are all these terrorist groups? Okay, this is from Ynet. Oh, Commissioner of the Police. We currently have 21 active centers in the south. The police commissioner said, we are currently in a state of war. There is no other explanation. We have 21 active centers in the southern region. What does active center mean? The IDF is there. We have jumped the tactical group brigade. We have jumped blah, 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 blah. The instructions are at the moment for all residents in OTEF to shut themselves in their houses, lock the doors. If a door is locked, people will not go in there. No one will go out because at the same time there is the missile attack. All right, let me see if I can get a better translation of that. What is the OTAF? I don't know. That might be a bad translation. Hang on a moment. Yeah, this report of 21 active centers in the South, is that... Oh, hold on a second here. Hey guys, this is unconfirmed video here. So Israeli War Room, which I follow, they retweeted this account called Honest Reporting. I don't know where this is coming from, but it says Israeli media reports Israeli security services surrounding a house in Sderot. Reports say there are Israeli civilians being held hostage inside by Palestinian terrorists from Gaza. I can't confirm this video. I would not be surprised if it's legit. I can't confirm the video. Again, I don't know if this is from today. I can't confirm it. I would not be surprised if it's legit, but I just don't know. I just don't know. "21 centers of fighting." When they say 21 centers. Joe Truzman says large-scale rocket attack against Israel continues. Over 3 hours of rocket fire. New rocket alerts right now. The Israeli Foreign Ministry said a half an hour ago, on Shabbat and the holiday of Simchat Torah, non-stop rocket sirens are sounding across Israel, including Jerusalem. Israel is under terrorist infiltration carried out by the Hamas terrorist organization. We will do everything to protect ourselves. Michael Horowitz posted this: captured Israeli military jeep in Gaza.
الله أكبر الله أكبر عاش الشباب الله أكبر الله أكبر والله الحمد الله أكبر الله يحييكم. Times of Israel reports the Israeli Defense Force closes roads near Gaza border amid ongoing Hamas assault. This has been going on for hours now, about 3.5 hours. The Israeli Defense Forces shutters roads near the border with the Gaza Strip amid Hamas's surprise attack. Various roads have been closed. All routes used by farmers in the area also closed off by the army. Wow. Videos show terrorists in Sderot, apparent kidnapping of soldier. Videos posted on social media showed what appeared to be uniformed Palestinian gunmen inside the Israeli border town of Sderot. A video from Gaza showed what looked like the lifeless body of an Israeli soldier being trampled by an angry crowd shouting, "God is great." I believe I saw that video. Another video appeared to show Palestinian militants dragging away a live Israeli soldier on a motorcycle. Other videos showed a crowd of Palestinian men dancing around and atop an Israeli tank that was on fire. The authenticity of the videos could not immediately be verified. Town in southern Israeli town, Kusaif. The mayor of Kusaif, probably pronouncing that wrong, that is a town in southern Israel, a Bedouin town in southern Israel, reports there are at least 4 dead and several more wounded as a result of a number of rocket impacts in that town. Trying to get you some updates here. Hang on a moment. Oh, wow. Update. This is from Khan News. The Soroka Medical Center in Israel updated that about 80 wounded people with varying degrees of injury arrived in the emergency room. Some of the wounded are in very serious condition. That's in Israel. The person in the... all right.
So again, about 80 wounded have been received at a Israeli hospital, and I'm guessing that number will go up. Wow. Khan News also posted this. They said, equipment of the terrorists found in a van on which they traveled in Israeli territory. So there are terrorists in various locations now in southern Israel who have come from Gaza. We don't know exactly where they are. This is an ongoing attack situation. Rocket attack continues. Yes, here it is. More than 80 wounded brought to the Soroka Medical Center in Beersheba as a result of the Hamas attacks on Israel. I just showed you that. The hospital says several in serious condition. Manny Fabian posted that. Yes. Michael Horowitz says the head of the Israeli police says there are 21 active locations in Israel. Does that mean 21 locations where terrorists are fighting with Israeli forces are trying to kill the terrorists? 21? A viewer, a Cam Loop sent me a well-known Palestinian site, news site, posted a photo which purportedly shows several Israeli prisoners in Gaza, Israeli military prisoners held by Palestinian forces. I'm not going to show that, but they have posted that. Wow. So this is Palestinian Information Center news account, well-known Palestinian news account. They said that Al-Qassam Brigades publishes preliminary photos from the operation. So this is purportedly a photo that the Palestinian fighters, some of the Palestinian terrorist fighters, have published some photos from the operation, and that's one of them. You see, that appears to be a bunch of terrorists on motorcycles getting through a gate right there. Oh, and there's another video posted. Hold on a second here. Yeah, I'm not going to show captured prisoners on the air, but I'll post this another purported video of an Israeli soldier captured and taken to Gaza. So I just posted that, which you can see on my Twitter @Lookner. But I just saw another new video posted by Palestinian Information Center, which appears to show an Israeli soldier in a car being driven through Gaza. Joe Truzman reports, as part of the ground invasion, this is just kind of shocking. As part that Israel was caught so off guard. As part of the ground invasion, Palestinian armed groups attacked Israeli military positions on the Gaza border and successfully infiltrated at least one of the posts. What is happening here? Hang on a second here. Trying to get you updates about what is going on. Oh, wow. Breaking news. Breaking news. Wow. Check this out, guys. Check this out. This is crazy. Joe Truzman, who's an expert on these Palestinian groups in the Middle East, says, it appears during the ground assault against communities in southern Israel that armed terrorists recorded their actions and transmitted the videos back to Gaza. So we have heard, and there's reports of killings of Israeli civilians and wounding of Israeli civilians in these Israeli communities near Gaza. There's photos. I've seen photos of that certainly appear to be of massacred Israeli civilians. But were they live streaming this stuff? But again, this report says that they were actually recording this stuff and sending it back to Gaza. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I have not seen, one of our viewers said they've seen vids. I have not seen any of the videos of actual attacks being carried out. I have seen videos of taken by Israeli civilians of, terrorists driving through the street. But I have not seen any of the purported first-person attack videos. I'll let you know if I do. I can't show them on the air. I'll certainly let you know if I do. But I have not seen any of those yet. I'm seeing a new video of more Israeli soldiers captured by militants. Oh, hold on a second. What is this? Wow. Okay. So I can tell you this. I just saw a picture. I am seeing some photos which I believe were released. As I understand it, they were released by some of the terrorists, one of the terrorist organizations. They released photos, and those photos include 2 photos of dead Israeli soldiers. But I can't show that on the air. Also, you got to be careful, guys. There's going to be videos floating around today which aren't actually from today. So, not every video you see is legit today. What's this one? Yeah, right now I am watching a really horrible video. It's of a car with a dead body hanging out of it and another car on the street on fire. So I don't know if this is from today, but the video I just saw, if that's from today, it's really bad because it shows basically multiple cars which have been destroyed and shot at and whatever. But I can't confirm the video. It's on some Telegram channel that I follow. So I can't confirm that. I'm looking over on Telegram to try to get a sense of some of these videos coming out. But not all the videos are legit. Yeah, a lot of stuff floating around. Amber says, my friend in Israel is so scared right now. I believe it. I believe it. Look, this terrorist infiltration is still going on, and these rocket attacks are still going on. Oh, hold on, guys. Trey, thanks, Pale Rider. Look at this. Trey Yingst. Another report from Trey Yingst.
There are a lot of things I can't report right now because of operational security, but things are very, very bad along the Gaza border. Small arms fire, continued rocket fire into southern and central Israel. Soldiers doing what they can to hold lines around here, but it is a very, very bad situation, one of the worst that I've seen between Israel and Gaza.
We don't know the true toll right now. What we know is that Gaza militants, Gaza fighters, Gaza terrorists have crossed the border into Israel and have attacked Israeli civilians and Israeli soldiers. And there are casualties, there are deaths, but we don't know the extent of it now. We just don't know. This is an ongoing thing going on. It's ongoing. This is ongoing. Yeah, somebody sent me a video, but I don't know where this is coming from or if that's from. You know, there's a million videos floating around, and I got to know something about who's posting it, because otherwise I just don't know. Hang on, let me just kind of... Okay, Joe Truzman says this is a statement from the Israeli Minister of Defense. The Hamas terrorist organization has made a grave mistake this morning and launched a war against the state of Israel. Israeli troops are fighting against the enemy at every location. Wow. I call on all of Israel's citizens to follow security instructions. The state of Israel will win this war. So this is, guys, this is from Ignis Fatum, and Ignis Fatum, this is, he is in Israel. I know him. And he says, just horrific footage is being shared by terrorists in Gaza, showing them defiling and sexually assaulting bodies of murdered civilians and soldiers alike. Oh, breaking news, Khan News. Look at this from Faytux found this. Faytux found this. Khan News says, Israel. In the southern settlements, there are reports, I don't know if it's true, of active terrorists disguised as Israeli soldiers knocking on doors. So that is, Faytux found it, but Khan News Israel is reporting that. Is it true? I don't know. And in case you didn't see it, there's a couple videos like this. They're unconfirmed of Hamas terrorists using hang gliders to get into Israel. This is from Global Military Info. Unbelievable. Guys, resident of southern town says terrorists are roaming the streets. She can hear gunfire. Update from Times of Israel. Let me go to Times of Israel. Resident of southern town says terrorists are roaming the streets. She can hear gunfire. The rocket fire is still going on, guys. You can see casualties as dozens of terrorists infiltrate southern Israel from Gaza. IDF declares war readiness. Gaza terrorists launch surprise attack on Israel with rocket barrages and infiltrations. I haven't even seen any more about that report of the southern resident. All right. We'll keep an eye on that. Bruno Mars' performance tonight in Tel Aviv has been canceled, says Ynet News. Oh, look at this, guys. Story of a resident in Kfar Gaza, Israel. I'm begging you, there are terrorists in the kibbutz. The kibbutz is like a communal farm and settlement in Israel. Send troops. Residents in the Gaza Strip continue to beg for help and report shooting by... This is near the Gaza Strip. Residents near the Gaza Strip in Israel continue to beg for help and report shooting by terrorists inside the settlements. In an Instagram story, a resident of Kfar Gaza wrote, I'm begging. We can't catch anyone. There are terrorists in the kibbutz. Send forces. Wow. That's in Kfar Gaza. That's a settlement right near, that's a settlement of how many people? That's a small, about 765 people live there. That's right near Gaza. And then Hamas says, we kidnapped soldiers and civilians and took them to the Gaza Strip. The terrorist organization, this is from Ynet News in Israel, the terrorist organization Hamas published documents in which it claimed that soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped in Israel and taken to the Gaza Strip following the surprise attack on the surrounding settlements, which is still ongoing. Anna Aronheim, who's a reporter in Israel, says, hang on a second here. Give me one moment, guys. I need one moment here. Give me one moment. Kind of just need to take a reset here. So let me just summarize what's going on. The current time, what is it, 9? The rocket attacks are still going on. It's unbelievable. My phone is nonstop going with rocket attack alerts. It's crazy. It's 10:17 a.m. We're close to 4 hours into this attack, and it has been non-stop rocket alerts. Not kidding you. My phone is still blowing up with rocket alerts, rockets still being fired into Israel. Also, we have ongoing attack by terrorists, and I'm calling them terrorists because we have a case where we've had fighters from the Gaza Strip have infiltrated the Israel and are conducting attacks there, including on civilians. So we have these terrorist fighters coming across the border from Gaza into Israel and wreaking havoc, and that is still going on. That's still going on. So we are bringing you live coverage. We're bringing you the latest updates. Give me a shout on Twitter/X @Lookner, and give me one moment here. I'm just kind of resetting everything. Here. Need a moment. Yeah, everything got a little reset here, so let me just take a moment and get set up again. But non-stop, I've never seen anything like this on my phone. Non-stop rocket alerts for 4 hours now. It's crazy. It's unbelievable. Get that open, get that open, get that open. Sorry, I'm just getting a couple things opened up here for you. It's just unbelievable. We want to get Ynet News open. And we want to get all right, hang on, guys. I'm just kind of getting organized here. I had to reset some things. I'm checking some reports from Israeli media. I've never seen anything like this with the rocket alerts. Literally non-stop new rocket alerts on my phone. Every few seconds, it's just blowing up. It's just unbelievable. Okay. You can write to me on Twitter/X @Lookner. Oh, sorry. Let me show you this. Let me show you some more updates here. I mean, how many people have been hurt by the rockets? I have no idea, but the rockets keep getting fired. This is from Khan News Israel. They say 2 seriously injured are being treated at the Sheba Medical Center. A message went out to soldiers. A message went out to residents of southern Israel near Gaza, saying Hamas terrorists disguised as Israeli soldiers are knocking on the doors. Please do not open the doors. Save your lives. Here's another report. Injured, including 2 in serious condition, 4 in stable condition, and 15 in mild condition, were evacuated to the Kaplan Medical Center. Some of the wounded suffer from gunshot wounds, some from shrapnel, and some from anxiety attacks. The terrorists infiltrated Israel from the air, land, and sea. What is this? Look at this. I haven't seen this. This was posted a half an hour ago. Con News. Suspicion of a security incident at a large outdoor party of young people in the southern region of Israel. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know what's going on with that. That's also from Con News. N12 News Israel reports 5 are dead from rocket hits. Dozens of terrorists infiltrated several settlements in the area surrounding Gaza. Some of those settlements have tens of thousands of people. Battles are taking place in the streets between security personnel and the terrorists. Desperate calls from residents in the south for help from the army. Look at this, guys. Tal Yarmino, whose son is at a nature party in southern Israel, said, "I called my son in the morning, and they started the drive towards the house. They started shooting at them. They fled into the forest. They have been in the forest for 2 hours with another friend. They don't know where the rest are. At 7 o'clock in the morning, I spoke to police and sent their location. My child is desperate there." So this guy's son is hiding in the forest from the terrorists, he says. Also, about an hour ago, revelers at a large nature party in southern Israel reported hearing gunshots. According to the reports, many of the partiers began to flee, and security forces brought some of them into their base in the south. Wow. These are just some of the new reports I'm seeing. This is from Ynet News in Israel. Hostages and dead in the attack on the south. Fear of kidnapping and more than 1,000 rockets. Look, mass escape from a nature party. Unbelievable. The surprise attack caught revelers in the middle of a nature party, and they were recorded fleeing the scene. Unbelievable. That's from Ynet. Matan, whose brother was wounded, said, maybe a nature party is like an outdoor party. Matan, whose brother was wounded, said in an interview with News 12, "From what I know, he got an IED in the car. He was found with 3 other seriously injured people. As far as I understand, there are terrorists around him, so we don't have continuous contact with him." So these are people who were at a party fleeing. We really don't have a sense right now how many people. Tycho says overnight rave. Yeah, I don't know if it was a party in the desert. You know, we do not have a good sense of how many civilians have been attacked. Joe Truzman posted this. He says, armed Palestinian gunmen belonging to Hamas celebrate after what appears to be the killing of 2 Israeli soldiers at the Gaza border. This video is edited due to its graphic content. Wow. Michael Horowitz says Al-Qassam Brigades, which is a Palestinian militant group, says they will soon release images or an image of the capture of the border communities along the Gaza border and the Kerem Shalom border crossing. So maybe more pictures and video coming out. There's reporting that the terrorists themselves have been recording video of what they are doing. My phone is still blowing up with rocket alerts. More rocket alerts. Still happening. Rocket alerts still happening. That post was from Aleph. It's non-stop rocket alerts. Oh. This was posted by Michael Horowitz. It says, footage of Hamas militants from inside one of the kibbutzim during the border. This would be an Israeli settlement. This is scary. This would be the militants, the Palestinian terrorists who have crossed the border, and they're inside this Israeli settlement.
جولة داخل المستوطنات يا بالك تدخل زي هيك هي خلي تقدر تشغلها خذها وامشي هاي عندك جبات مفتوحات كله مفتوح فتحناها من داخل المستوطنات انتشار عشرات المستهدفين قبل شهر دخلنا عشرات الكيلوات.
You know, what is going on in these places? We just don't know. Joe Truzman, who is an expert on these Palestinian groups, says, while the situation in Israel is unfolding, I'd like to note that many of the groups participating in the murder of civilians in southern Israel are funded and armed by the regime in Iran. I've identified 19 groups on Israel's borders who benefit from the Iranian sponsorship of this regime. Hang on. U.S. Embassy has posted this. U.S. Embassy in Israel. The U.S. Embassy is closely monitoring the security situation as a result of rockets fired from Gaza across southern and central Israel, including Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, and the infiltration of Hamas militants into Israel. The U.S. Embassy is aware that there have been casualties as a result of these incidents. U.S. citizens are reminded to remain vigilant and take appropriate steps to increase their security awareness, as security incidents, including mortar and rocket fire, often take place without warning. U.S. Embassy personnel are sheltering in place. Oh, Michael Horowitz posted this. Thanks, Rabbit Kitten. I don't know where this is coming from. It says short video of one of the border breaches. So I don't know when this was taken and how soon or not soon, in how early or late in the whole thing this was. It does appear that the Palestinian militants attacked one or more border positions. I mean, it's just, how were they allowed? Clearly, this is just a complete and utter disastrous intelligence failure by the Israelis. That they could not know this was, that Israel caught completely off guard by this attack. Look, the Israeli military is way more sophisticated and way better equipped than the Gaza forces. That the Gaza forces were able to cross the border and kill and capture Israeli military soldiers and then start going across southern Israel and killing Israeli civilians, and it's still going on after hours. It is just such an utter complete failure of intelligence and security and defense on Israel's part. Unbelievable. Just stunning. Sorry, I'm checking some of the things people have sent me. There's just a lot. There's just so, I'm trying to just go over, kind of keep up with some of the stuff that people are sending me. Again, I can't confirm a lot of the video that's floating around either. Oh, okay. Thanks. I had missed this one. Thanks to Tree for sending this one. Hold on a second here. What is this? You know if I can show this one. Yeah, so I can't, there's a couple injured people in this video and I can't show the whole thing. But we talked about this report before. Hamas terrorists are engaged in 21 locations in southern Israel, according to the police commissioner. In a video, Hamas terrorists reportedly attacked Israelis at a desert rave party. We have seen multiple reports, and I've showed you multiple reports of that a rave party was attacked of young people. Oh, is this from the rave too or not? I think this is from that rave too. I don't know. Lauren sent me this. I don't know Resistance Trench, but this looks like similar video to other we've seen right here. I think this might be more video of people fleeing that rave party. Yeah, I've shown you multiple Israeli news outlets are reporting that like what looks like a rave party has been attacked. Okay. New from Israel. New from Israel. This is from Ynet News. A couple things. Hamas says we kidnapped 35 Israelis and took them to the Gaza Strip. More than 35 Israeli soldiers and civilians. Okay? So, hang on a moment. Let me show you this. Hamas claims to have kidnapped 35 Israeli soldiers and civilians. That's new. So Hamas, the leading, they're the Palestinian militant group that basically runs Gaza. They say they have kidnapped more than 35 Israeli soldiers and civilians from Sderot and taken them to the Gaza Strip. I'm posting this right now. So, again, that is Hamas announcing that they have kidnapped more than 35 Israeli soldiers and civilians from the settlement of Sderot, which has tens of thousands of people live in Sderot, but it's near Gaza. And they've taken those people, it's basically hostages, it sounds like, taking them back to Gaza. "30,000 people live in Sderot." Okay, the Israeli Defense Force spokesperson said, Ted, there are 7 open combat centers in Israel. 7 open combat centers. Does that mean there's 7 places where combat is going on between Israeli soldiers and these infiltrators? Is that what he's saying? He said so far more than 2,200 rockets have been launched towards Israel, and terrorist raids have been carried out in the territory of Israel, from the land, in paragliders, and from the sea. IDF confirms, Israeli military confirms that infiltrators have entered from the land in gliders. So the gliders is true. Taking gliders is true. Wow. We are in a number of open centers, and we now have combat incidents there. We have sent large forces to the south, including elite units and senior commanders, including subgenerals and generals. We will divide the Gaza division into several focal points under command of senior commanders. We have announced an extensive mobilization of reserves, blockades of axes, and a special situation in the rear. We are starting Operation Iron Swords. Wow. So it's true. It is true. That is a confirmed statement from the Israeli military that the infiltrators entered on land, on gliders in the air, and from the sea. Wow. The shooting near Gaza does not, the rocket shooting from Gaza does not stop. Oh, the head of the Negev Gate Council, Ophir Liebstein, was killed in Gaza City. In Gaza? What is Negev Gate? Is that... That's a local rule. It's a local leader. Regional councils are one of the 3 types of Israel's local government entities, says Wikipedia. The Negev Regional Council... Yeah, this is a local leader. A local leader was killed in Gaza. That is a new report from Ynet. There it is right there. Local Israeli leader killed in an exchange of fire with terrorists. Oh, I guess it's his city. So a local leader Ophir Liebstein has been killed. He was killed when he went to defend the settlement during the terrorist attack. It was reported. Wow. That's the Shar HaNegev Regional Council. This is from Ynet News. Wow. head of one of the local, how do you say it? Yes. Wow. So this is a leader, one of the local government leaders. A local government leader was killed. This is from Ynet. The local government said that the head of this local government body, Ophir Liebstein, was killed in an exchange of fire with terrorists in that village. He was killed when he went to defend the settlement during the terrorist attack, it was reported. Wow. Unbelievable. That is from Ynet. More, guys, there are more rockets are being fired at Israel right now. Look at this, guys. From N12 News Israel, Doran, a resident of Near Oz, Israel, says to News 12, "They came into our house and tried to open the safe. I'm begging for help. We hear bursts of gunshots." That was 14 minutes ago. That was posted. Reports of severe firefights between, I assume, Israeli soldiers and the infiltrating Palestinian forces in the south. Fear of abductions of soldiers and civilians. That's from N12. About 150 wounded. 150 wounded have been evacuated to hospitals since the morning, says N12. Wow. Unbelievable. Okay, guys, the Nature Party, right? So there was looked like maybe some sort of rave, some outdoor party with a lot of young people. Reportedly got attacked. Akan News says, Michael and Guy escaped from the Nature Party. We were blocked by vehicles of armed terrorists. The forces on the spot were confused. But we have heard multiple reports and seen video of people fleeing from this rave outdoor party thing. Young people in Israel. Oh, breaking news from Trey Yingst, Fox News. He says, we have seen many injured Israeli civilians. People are using their personal cars to bring the wounded to waiting ambulances. Soldiers and police are on high alert about Palestinian infiltrators, heard small arms fire in the distance. I mean, what a situation going on right now in Israel near Gaza. You have multiple locations where there are believed to be Palestinian terrorists. It's not clear to the public where they all are. I mean, maybe the military knows where they all are. I don't even know if they know where they all are. And this is an ongoing situation here. Is this true? I'm seeing an unconfirmed report of a fire in Haifa. Is that true? I don't know. By the way, Joe Truzman, who's an expert on these Palestinian groups, says, from the evidence I have viewed, it appears that Israeli civilians have been abducted into Gaza. Oh, Carapuzzo says, OTEF means surrounding. Thank you. So this is, I mean, look, we have, from the video we've seen, it looks like Israeli civilians and soldiers have been killed, and Israeli civilians and soldiers have been kidnapped and taken to Gaza. This is interesting. This is from Jonathan Conricus. He is a former spokesperson, the former spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces. He said, this is an unprecedented multidimensional attack on Israel designed to kill and abduct civilians and soldiers. Part of the Iranian network of terror, he says. As the extent of Israeli casualties will be confirmed, I expect an Israeli response never seen before. This is just the beginning. So we have had now over 4 hours of thousands of rockets being shot into Israel by Palestinian forces in Gaza, and a terrorist infiltration into Israel by land, by glider, by sea, and apparently multiple Israeli civilians and soldiers killed and kidnapped and wounded. There is video, graphic video of soldiers and civilians who have been killed. Apparent video, which I have seen. It's awful. And we don't even know the extent of this. Manny Fabian reports from Israel. Fire and rescue services raise alert to highest level, approve call-up of 200 firefighters from the Home Front Command to assist with rocket impact sites to the south. Yes, there's video apparently of an Israeli tank that's been destroyed and possibly the crew captured, video of Israeli vehicles that are now in the hands of Palestinians. Okay, N12 News reports that there is ongoing a large wave of Israeli airstrikes on the Gaza Strip is ongoing. That's according to N12 is that N12 to N12 News. Yes, you can, and this is from Khan News, Israel. Dozens of Air Force fighter jets attack targets of the Hamas terror organization in Gaza on several locations. So that is a report from. IDF posted it too. Maybe that's already been posted by the IDF. Let's see. Yes, 1 minute ago. In response to the barrages of rockets launched by Hamas from Gaza at Israel, the Israeli Defense Forces is currently striking Hamas targets in Gaza. That was just posted by the Israeli Defense Forces. Wow. A quick thank you to Walter Beasley. He says, sad day. Yeah, this is terrible. SL, thank you. Mike R, thank you. George Cheney. Eric Schultz, Hebrew Jerusalem boy. P. Cassie. Amber R, K. Paquette. Susie Blout, thank you. Jonathan Manson and Tania B and Rita, thank you. Wow, unbelievable. This is just incredible what is going on. With not just even if it was just the rocket attack, it would be just this would be the biggest rocket attack in I don't know if there's been something like this with this many hours of continuous rocket fire. It'd be one of the biggest rocket attacks. But along with this ground attack, this ground infiltration, Caliber Obscura posted this. They were retweeted by Elint News. They said Sderot is looking like Buka. So Sderot is this settlement of about 30,000 people where there's a number of videos from earlier, a couple hours ago, showing terrorists driving around the city, firing, walking around the town, firing their weapons. There's also a couple of photos that appear to show a number of Israeli civilians killed at a bus stop there. One photo shows what looks like 4 or 5 like old women just killed. So there could be a very big human toll in Sderot of civilians. Yaroslav Trofimov says this is the worst military challenge in Israel since the Yom Kippur War when Israel was invaded in 1973. And then Joe Truzman says by far, yes, probably the most pressing issue is the Israelis who've been kidnapped and taken to Gaza, both soldiers and civilians. Yeah, I don't really have a sense of how much damage the rockets are causing. We've seen video of different places hit by rockets and fires in Israel. There have been thousands of rockets fired, but just don't have a good sense of what's going on with that. 5 dead from rocket hits. You have this report here from N12, but there's been thousands launched. And just to show you again where we're talking about, unbelievable. It's a Palestinian enclave, Gaza. It's not a country, it's a territory. And it's right here. And here's Israel here. There's Gaza there. But this is just shocking that Israel seems to have been caught so off guard by this and allowed it to happen. Okay, this is... Yeah, I've seen this photo before. This is from a Palestinian news site, and they claim that these are Israeli soldiers being, captured by Palestinian forces, the people on the ground. And I've seen that photo elsewhere described as that. I can't confirm it. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. All right, I'm going to repost something right now, and I can't show it, but it's purportedly an Israeli soldier being dragged from a tank, and some people beat him, and I don't know if he's alive or dead. It's awful. It was posted by this Gaza News Twitter account, which I follow. It looks legit to me, but if you can go to my Twitter @Lookner and see it, but I can't show it on these channels. It looked legit though. Seth Fransman says there is more rocket fire over Jerusalem now. And then there's reports going on of Israeli forces, air forces, attacking targets in Gaza. So, for example, this is a Palestinian news outlet, and they say reports of a house in Gaza being targeted. So that could be a house where, say, maybe it's a Hamas leader's house or something like that. Right now, Joe Truzman just posted this. Right now, large rocket barrage targeting southern and central Israel. Going on now. It's just like nonstop rocket fire for over 4 hours now. Wow, look at this. Michael Horowitz posted this. Another Hamas video showing that Hamas used gliders to infiltrate Israel. So here's this video from Hamas that they have put out. Look at this. Look at the gliders. Look at this. Unbelievable. We've seen other videos of these things today. This is the video put out by Hamas. Look at this. Oh my! First person video. Hold on, I gotta make sure there's nothing graphic in there. Now. Yeah, guys. So it's not graphic, but we've heard reports that they took. Look at this. That's stunning. But they took first person video, and they're posting this stuff now. Aurelian Motis says, airspace not close. Yeah, this is just an unbelievable failure of intelligence and of defense. How could they do this? How could the Israeli military allow these gliders to to fly in? It's just unbelievable. What a failure by the Israeli military and intelligence. Look, Israeli strike in central Gaza City. Israeli airstrikes are going on now in Gaza. Ignis Fadum posted this. Just unbelievable. Oh, let me see if I can find something here. Let me check some of the Israeli sources too. This is interesting. Okay. So this is from Walla News, which is an Israeli news site. They say the Israeli security forces have blocked access routes from the area of Israel near Gaza to the north and east, fearing that the terrorists will continue deep into Israel. The security services of Israel have blocked the access roads from the places near Gaza in Israel to the north and east, fearing that terrorists will continue deep into Israel. There are currently 22 centers of fighting, none of which has been controlled. That's from Walla News. They're claiming that there's 22 different locations where terrorists are that are not under control. In the early hours of the morning, the terrorist organizations in Gaza began a combined attack of massive rocket fire and terrorist infiltration. Terrorists attacked partygoers at a nature party in Urim. We've heard about that. Party participant in Urim. There was chaos until now. They are still hiding. Daniel, who was at this outdoor party that was attacked in Urim, told Walla News the color was red and there was chaos with the vehicles on the way out. Then we started hearing gunshots and started running. At this moment, we are hiding. Announcement in Israel. This is from N12 News. Announcement from the Ministry of Culture and Sports in Israel. Due to the situation, we announce all cultural and sports bodies and institutions are prohibited from holding any activity at this time and cancel all events expected throughout the country. Give me a shout. Let me know what you're hearing at Lookner on Twitter/X. This is this footage. You guys have seen a bunch of this of apparently an Israeli tank that was attacked by Gaza forces or Palestinian forces in Gaza today. This is from a Al Kastal PS, which is a Palestinian news site. Oh, I'm not going to show the moment. They took a soldier out of that tank. Wow, what is this here? Hold on. I'm posting. I'm posting that photo I showed you before of the. Sorry. This is this Palestinian news site, Palestinian Info Center, and they say Hamas freedom fighters capture several Israeli occupation soldiers and drag some of them to Gaza as bargaining chips. I don't want to close up on them, but it's just they don't appear to be hurt, but it's 4 apparently Israeli soldiers who've had their uniforms taken off and they're on the ground. And again, looks like they have been kidnapped. Oh, guys, update here from Israel police. Israel police. In recent hours, they say, fighting has been going on in the southern region at the same time as many scenes of rocket fire are happening throughout the country. All Israel police fighters and police officers, including special units, were deployed to the field and are engaged in active combat in the various arenas and professional treatment in the various rocket impact sites. Wow. Aleph is hearing a report that Israeli helicopters have opened fire at unknown militants in Gaza. Oh, I guess there is a explosion. Some people are watching some feeds from Gaza, I guess, and seeing some explosions going on there. I can't steal those feeds. Yeah, one of our viewers mentioned Times Now is showing a live stream, I believe, from Gaza. And yeah, I mean, this is when Israel launches airstrikes on Gaza, often you have these live streams where people are showing the city and you can see explosions and stuff like that. Also, one of our viewers mentioned this channel on YouTube, CNN News 18, showing a live shot of Gaza as well. Breaking update. Look at this. Wow. Breaking update. The Israeli Defense Forces are currently fighting Hamas terrorists in all these different parts of Israel. Kfar Aza, Sderot, Sufa, Nahal Oz, Megan, Be'eri, and the Reim military base. Wow. That Manny Fabian is with Times of Israel. So the Israeli Defense Forces are fighting Hamas terrorists in all those different locations. That is going on. All right, hang on a moment, guys. Here's what we need to do. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage. The rocket alerts are still happening. My phone is still blowing up with new rocket alerts in Israel. All right, I need to just take a 1-minute break. I'm going to take a 1-minute break. I'm coming right back after 1 minute, and we will continue the live coverage and updates in just 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. We are back. I had to put my glasses on because it's late night here and my contacts were starting to bother me, so I apologize. We are back. We're bringing you live coverage of this unbelievable event going on. that started, when did this start? About 5 hours ago? The current time right now is, in Israel, the current time is 11:12 a.m. This started about 4.5 hours ago. For the last 4.5 hours, what started this is a huge rocket barrage from Gaza by Palestinian militant forces into Israel, and that rocket fire has been going on like pretty much constantly. Although I'm not seeing any alerts right at this moment. Oh no, actually I am. So, but there's been pretty much actually, I just got a bunch a minute ago. So there's been pretty much nonstop rocket barrages, thousands of rockets being fired from Gaza into Israel, but also dozens, if not hundreds, of apparent terrorists have crossed the border from Gaza into Israel and have been attacking Israeli civilians, and also apparently killing Israeli civilians and killing Israeli soldiers, and also taking Israeli civilians and soldiers, kidnapping them and taking them back to Gaza. So this is just a stunning event. We've seen a bunch of analysts saying like this is the most serious attack on Israel since the Yom Kippur War in 1973. It's a stunning failure of Israeli intelligence and defense, and it is ongoing now. It's ongoing now. As you can see, Manny Fabian, Times of Israel, says the Israeli Defense Forces are now fighting Hamas terrorists in all these different towns in Israel. Kfar Aza, Sderot, Sufa, Nahal Oz, Megan, Be'eri, and the Reim military base. My phone just blew up with another rocket alert. The rocket fire continues. So we don't know what the extent of the casualties has been from this, but it's just unbelievable. Look at this. Greg Karlstrom says, look at this, 2,200 rockets, as of like 20 minutes ago, 2,200 rockets in one morning. To put that number in perspective, in the whole of the 2014 Gaza war, which lasted 50 days, Palestinian groups fired 4,500 rockets. So far, they've fired over 2,200 rockets in just the last 4 or 5 hours. We are bringing you live coverage here. More rockets being fired right now. You can see Haaretz says, Israeli paper, surprise infiltration, massive barrages shock Israel, several killed, hundreds wounded, unknown number of hostages. Tel Aviv resident, my sister said that militants entered their home. I'm unable to reach her. Gaia, a resident of Tel Aviv, told Haaretz that she spoke on the phone with her sister who lives in the southern kibbutz of Nir Oz near Gaza, who told her militants had entered the family's home. She told me that my brother and father entered the shelter. The militants walked out after a few minutes, but I wasn't able to get a hold of my family since. She said her brother was able to write that there are many casualties in the kibbutz. Many casualties there. A kibbutz is like a farm commune kind of thing. It's a community where people I see it described on Kibbutz Ulpan. Kibbutz Ulpan describes it, the website describes it as a community where people voluntarily live and work together on a non-competitive basis. It's like a collective community. And anyways, you can see this is somebody who lives in Tel Aviv who says her brother says in their kibbutz there are many casualties and no police or Israeli army forces were seen. Wow. So I worry that you're going to hear about more and more casualties as we go along. We don't even know what's going on in a lot of these places. Wikipedia says a kibbutz is a intentional community in Israel that was traditionally based on agriculture. Farming has largely been partly supplanted by other economic branches. Oh, look at this, guys, from Nathan Rooser, who does he does a he does a lot of OSINT stuff. I think he knows what he's talking about. This is retweeted by Elliot Higgins. He does a lot of Ukraine coverage. He says a map of the locations reportedly infiltrated by Palestinian militants during the ongoing attack. This isn't comprehensive. The IDF reports 21 sites. There are 13 here, but it's thought it was worth sharing. Many of these locations are civilian settlements, and the toll on civilians is very worrying. Now, some of these places have tens of thousands of people who live there. The population of Sderot is, I think, 30,000 people. These aren't little, it's not like it's a little village of 5 people. So what is going on in all these places where these terrorists are? We do not know. Hold on a second here. Okay, update from Manny Fabian. He is with Times of Israel. More than 140 wounded have now been brought to the Soroka Hospital in Beersheba as a result of the Hamas attack on Israel. The medical center says around 20 of them are in serious condition. Yaroslav Trofimov, he is with Wall Street Journal. He says this is the worst military challenge in Israel since the Yom Kippur War in 1973. He says hard to say how this doesn't end with a full Israeli occupation of Gaza after a very bloody land war. He thinks you're going to have Israeli forces going into Gaza and, just rooting out anybody I assume they feel was involved with this and involved with Hamas. He says Hamas claims to have taken dozens of Israeli soldiers and civilians as prisoners to Gaza. Many Israeli civilians have been killed in cold blood. The big question, he says, is whether Hezbollah, which is in Lebanon to the north, is getting ready to join the fray, forcing Israel into a two-front war at its moment of weakness. Let me check some of the Israeli sources here too and see what they're reporting. Asuta Ashdod Hospital in Israel says about 6 gunshot wound victims were referred to us. An incident with many casualties was announced from Asuta Hospital in Ashdod, Israel. It was announced an incident with many casualties was announced at the hospital. I don't know what that's about. That is from Walla News. What is the Israeli response going to be like? Israeli journalist Nira Kraus just posted this. She says Israeli civilians in kibbutzes and villages are hiding in their locked basements, hearing terrorists while they're trying to break into their homes and kill them. Some families are being held hostage. This is unbelievable. This is going on now. This is going on now. Wow. The Jerusalem Post says a Palestinian news reporter reports from inside kibbutz Be'eri. After an hour's walk, we arrived at one of the kibbutzim, the most important kibbutz, and we are now in the center of this settlement. How many people live at kibbutz Be'eri? This is in Israel. It's a kibbutz. Be'eri is a kibbutz in southern Israel. 1,000 people live there. So it's like a place where people live and work collectively, as I understand it. Tourist Israel says a kibbutz, a collective community traditionally agrarian. So this is a Palestinian reporter who says that these Palestinian invaders are now at the center of kibbutz Be'eri, which has 1,000 people who live there. What's going on at the kibbutz? I have no idea.
حوالي ساعة ويزيد من الدخول إلى أحد الكيبوتسات وأهم الكيبوتسات في مواقع الاحتلال في نير عوز ونوران وهي المشهدية، ونحن في قلب المستوطنة. تمكن المقاتلون هنا من الاشتباك بشكل مباشر، خطف المستوطنين وقتل الجنود وقتل بعض المستوطنين المسلحين الذين كانوا يحاولون الدفاع.
Unbelievable. So what's going on there? We don't know what's going on there. Oh, this is a rocket. There's plenty of rocket impacts like this. Manny Fabian says this is in Netivot, Israel. That is a rocket impact. There's lots of videos. Look, thousands of rockets have been launched over the last, 5 hours or so. That's in Israel, Netivot, Israel. Wow. Look at this, guys. Jerusalem Post. A video is circulating on social media that suggests an elderly Israeli woman may have been abducted. Look at this video. Right there. That is from Jerusalem Post. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. All right, hold on a second. Update for you. An official at Kibbutz Bari. Many houses have been taken over. There are hostages. There are dead and wounded. It is impossible to reach them. This is from Khan News Israel. Wow. I think this is Kibbutz Be'eri. I think that's the one they're talking about. Is that the one with 1,000 people living there? Yeah, so who knows, again, at these various locations, these various villages and kibbutzes where these terrorists are, how many people have they killed or wounded? We just don't know right now. That's from Khan News. Unbelievable. Oh, what is this? Hold on. I see a new report here. Wow. Big breaking news here. Israeli Defense Forces confirm. The Israeli Defense Force confirms Hamas is actually in control of settlements in the Gaza. There are 7 settlements in Israel near the Gaza Strip that Israel is working to regain control of. So the Palestinian forces are in control of 7 settlements in Israel near Gaza. I believe that's what that means. That's from N12. Excuse me. This is from the Times of Israel, guys. A colossal failure as Gaza's Hamas terrorists infiltrate, catch Israel unprepared. Says former Navy chief, all of Israel is asking itself, where is the Israeli Defense Force? Where is the police? Where is the security? This is from Times of Israel. Much of Israel was awakened this morning to scarcely conceivable scenes and sounds of rocket attacks and parts of southern Israel to gunfire, with the accompanying unthinkable news that dozens of terrorists had infiltrated from Gaza. Precisely 50 years after the Yom Kippur War, Israel was under surprise attack, not by Arab armies but by the Hamas terrorist group, and with Israeli civilians widely and directly targeted. As sirens wailed throughout the southern and central Israel in the thuds of rocket impacts, blah, 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 social media platforms began broadcasting clips showing what ought to have been unimaginable, including armed terrorists in what appeared to be a convoy of 7 or 8 white pickup trucks, 4 or 5 gunmen dismounting from one of them on the street of a southern Israeli city, and a handful of others seen running along the sidewalks, weapons drawn. The Israeli Defense Force confirmed what was unfolding. Dozens of terrorists had infiltrated into Israel, some by land, some by air on hang gliders, and reportedly some by sea. Israel's sophisticated border fencing along the Gaza border had been breached in several places, Army radio reported. Wow. Clashes are ongoing in several residential areas in the south, and residents close to the Gaza border were ordered to stay inside their homes with doors locked. A resident of the southern kibbutz locked inside her home called Army radio to say that gunmen were roaming the kibbutz and that its security squad was trying to track them down. Around 10:30 a.m., a woman named Doreen called Channel 12 News to report that gunmen were inside her home at a southern kibbutz and trying to get into the locked safe room where they were hiding. Pleading for help, she ended the conversation with an exclamation "Oh," and the line went quiet. Another caller to the channel said terrorists had been roaming his area for 2 hours, opening fire, and pleaded for the security forces to come. Where are the security forces? Hebrew media began quoting unnamed officials castigating the political and military echelons for the fact that Israel, preoccupied with internal argument, had been again taken by surprise. The former head of the Israeli Navy said, "All of Israel is asking itself, where is the IDF? Where is the police? Where is the security? It's a colossal failure. The hierarchies have simply failed with vast consequences." That's the former head of the Israeli Navy. Sorry, I'm just posting that. The former Israeli Defense Forces intelligence chief said, invoked echoes of the Yom Kippur War, another attack marked by intelligence failure. Still, he stressed Israel needs to remain calm. The immediate priority, he said, was to track down and deal with all the terrorists inside Israel and prevent the conflict from spreading to other fronts, especially Hezbollah across the border in Lebanon to the north. Okay. My phone is still blowing up, guys. We're over 5 hours into this. My phone is still blowing up with non-stop rocket alerts. Non-stop rocket alerts. Oh, I just saw another crazy photo of people killed. Yeah, I just saw another new photo of people killed, apparently at a bus stop or something in Israel. It's just awful. Look at this, guys. Elint News retweeted this from Elyon Levy. Channel 12 reporter, Channel 12 Israel. Hamas now controls several population centers in southern Israel near Gaza. I can't believe I'm saying this. The residents are begging for help. This is still going on. It's unbelievable. Again, we have for the last 5 hours, there's been a combined thousands of rockets launched from Gaza into Israel by Palestinian militants, and dozens, if not more, of Palestinian militants/terrorists have crossed the border into Israel and attacked Israeli civilians and Israeli soldiers. Reports of a number of civilians and soldiers who've been killed in Israel and also been taken, and a number wounded and a number taken hostage. So this is a huge, huge development. Oh, Carol Alfonso sent me this. Aurora Intel says they're hearing that multiple Thai and Philippine workers have been kidnapped from the Gaza border this morning and taken into Gaza by Hamas militants. I don't know what the source for that is, but that's what Aurora Intel is hearing. Again, there's a lot of videos floating around, and some of them I look at them, and some of them I know have been proven to not be from today. So, you know, be careful with the videos because some of them that have been floating around are not from today. So, and I'm trying to keep up with the stuff people are sending me. I appreciate you sending me stuff. Again, this is really big. N12 Israel says the IDF confirms that Hamas is actually in control of settlements near Gaza in Israel. At the moment, it's about 7 settlements that the special forces are working to regain control of. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Prime Minister Netanyahu statement. Prime Minister Netanyahu statement. Khan News posted this. Prime Minister Netanyahu statement. We are at war, not in operation. Hamas has launched a murderous surprise attack against the state of Israel and its citizens. I ordered first of all to cleanse the settlements of the terrorists who have infiltrated and ordered a large-scale mobilization of reserves. The enemy will pay a price he has never known. So that is a statement from the Prime Minister saying that the first order of business is to cleanse the Israeli settlements of the terrorists who have infiltrated.
במלחמה. לא במבצע, לא בסבבים, במלחמה.
One of our viewers mentioned that in Al Jazeera they're showing like explosions in Gaza. Yeah, Israel is reportedly conducting airstrikes in Gaza right now, or they've been doing it. So I don't know if it's right this second, but we've heard a number of reports. Israel said that they're conducting airstrikes in Gaza. Aleph, 6 minutes ago, Aleph said, who I follow, huge blasts shaking west of Gaza right now. So not a surprise to see that Israel is, by air attacking targets in Gaza. But we very well could be going to some kind of mass Israeli military infiltration into Gaza. Joe Truzman, who's an expert in the region, says it'll take some time to muster the Israeli forces for a ground invasion of Gaza, though I agree that after what happened, it will be almost impossible to not launch one. Greg Karlstrom with The Economist says, during the 2014 war, which began after Hamas kidnapped and killed 3 Israelis, Netanyahu ignored calls from right-wing members of parliament to launch a ground invasion of Gaza. Harder to resist such demands this time. The trigger is much, much bigger, and his coalition is entirely right-wing. And a ground invasion of Gaza could be a very bloody thing for people on both sides. And, you know, images of Israeli forces going into Gaza and, you know, and people getting killed and wounded, that's going to stir up a lot of, you know, that'll stir up anger around the Arab world, for example, and in the Middle East. So it's a very delicate situation. You know, Gaza is a very, very densely populated area. So you're going to have, you know, if you have an Israeli ground invasion, you already have it with airstrikes, but if you have an Israeli ground invasion, you're going to have people getting caught in the crossfire and all that kind of stuff. That's an urban, densely settled place, Gaza. Yaroslav Trofimov with Wall Street Journal says, before going into Gaza, he must retake the Israeli settlement of Sderot with 30,000 people living there. Yeah, Seth Frantzman, he is in Israel, I believe. He's an expert on the region. Middle East security analyst. He says, it seems there was a total breakdown in Israel, in security in southern Israel, and that the border was basically open. It's worth noting this is the kind of thing that Hezbollah, which is this anti-Israel group in Lebanon to the north, has vowed to do in the next war. So, as I mentioned, this video from Jerusalem Post shows a Palestinian news reporter reporting that the terrorists are now, the Palestinian invaders are now in the center of a kibbutz, a settlement where 1,000 Israelis live. He's there. It's crazy. And who knows what they're doing at this kibbutz. And look at this.
طبعا تمكنا وطبعا بعد مشي حوالي ساعة ويزيد من الدخول إلى أحد الكيبوتسات وأهم الكيبوتسات في مواقع الاحتلال في نير عوز ونورام وها هي المشهدية ونحن في قلب المستوطنة. تمكن المقاتلون هنا من الاشتباك بشكل مباشر خطف المستوطنين وقتل.
Just unbelievable. Joe Truzman, who I think is a really smart guy, and he specialized in the region, he says, I expect an Israeli response to be multifaceted. While the Israeli Defense Forces will certainly attack military infrastructure belonging to Hamas and other groups, those involved in the planning of this attack in southern Israel will likely be targeted. This includes the leadership of Hamas down to the commanders on the ground. I am seeing another video which purportedly shows the body of an Israeli citizen dead body being paraded around Gaza. I can't confirm that, but I just saw it. There's a lot of videos of dead bodies floating around. All right, let me try to get you some more updates here. Look at this. Hamas says more of their fighters are infiltrating Israeli territory. This is from Hamda Salhut with I-24 News. She says, Hamas says more of their fighters are infiltrating Israeli territory. Hang on a moment here. Seth Frantzman, Middle East analyst, says, as we watch the unfolding attacks in Israel, the one thing that I wonder is whether the Hamas attacks on the border, in which they infiltrated various communities and struck Israeli defense posts, were prevented or confronted in even one location? Like, is there an area they failed to get into? He says, a lot of comparisons with the 1973 war, but actually I was thinking it reminded me a bit more of Tet 68. It is concerning if Hamas was able to make so many incursions at so many areas and none of them are prevented or stopped. It would point to a failure along the whole border. I think that's a good point. This is just a security collapse in Israel. New rocket alerts still happening right now in Israel. Okay, guys, this is supposedly this Israeli. We've seen another video of this. So I can't confirm this, but supposedly this is a video of an Israeli elderly woman being held hostage and paraded in Gaza by Palestinian terrorists. So again, I can't confirm this. Jerusalem Post said they had heard about this. This is Elint News. Again, I don't know if that's what it appears to be. I just don't know. Let me try to get you some more updates here. Okay, update, guys. This is from N12 News. At this time, fighting is going on with terrorists in about 10 settlements and at the Erez crossing. It's still going on. Again, this is from N12 News, Israel. N12 News, Israel. At this time, fighting is going on with terrorists in about 10 settlements and at the Erez crossing. Wow. Okay, here's an update, guys, from Khan News Israel. Reporter, terrorists have infiltrated the state of Israel and they are still in the field. We are in the middle of fighting. There are quite a few hotspots where terrorists are located. The Israeli Defense Forces are flooding the south with many operational forces. We are focusing on the fighting in the area of the settlements surrounding Gaza. The Air Force and other forces have launched a broad attack on Gaza City. In recent hours, there have been many false reports asking the public to trust the IDF spokesman. We are. That looks like an I think it's an IDF statement from the Israeli Defense Forces. This is Times of Israel. Residents of towns in Israel near Gaza Strip beg for help as they fight off terrorists. Israeli residents near the Gaza Strip continue to ask for help and report on shooting by terrorists inside the towns while there is little or no Israeli Defense Force presence on the streets. A pregnant kibbutz Sufa resident speaks to Channel 12 from a safe room with her 2-year-old child and close family members saying, "They are shooting at our house. They are trying to break down the door of the safe room." She says her husband and 4 other armed residents are fighting in the streets with no aid from the military. "I don't understand how this is still going on. We're in this situation since 6 a.m., she says. 4 people cannot fight them off alone. Fight them off alone. Send help, please," she cries. Wow. Residents in other areas of the Gaza Strip report of unprecedented fighting on all major Israeli media sources. An Instagram story from a couple of hours ago said, "I'm begging you," in Israel, near Gaza said, "I'm begging you, we can't catch anyone. There are terrorists in Kfar Gaza. Send forces here." A Channel 12 reporter in Beersheba describes receiving dozens of requests for help from residents who live near Gaza. Wow. The current time there is 11, it's almost noon. So this has been going on for well over 5 hours. This has been going on well over 5 hours. So there is Gaza right there. Gaza is right here. Here is Israel. Gaza is here on the water, right here. And the places that the terrorists are who've infiltrated are around Gaza. Yeah, guys, people are posting about stuff on like Flight Radar 24. I can't, if there's something particularly interesting going on there, like if I see an Air Force plane on Flight Radar 24, I don't know what it's going there for. So I don't feel comfortable doing amateur analysis on Flight Radar 24 of different planes flying around. Seen reports that some flights to Israel are getting canceled, unsurprisingly. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to look at like particular flights and say, oh, this one is really significant because it's going there. I don't know, you know. So if I'm going to leave that, like U.S. Air Force flight, maybe it makes that flight every day. Maybe it's a routine flight it makes every day. So yeah, I'm going to leave the flight radar analysis to the people who actually know what to look for and know what it normally looks like. And if there's something really big going on there, I'm guessing they will say it. But I don't know what normally happens there and what it normally looks like. But I have seen reports of flights being canceled in and out of Israel. A quick thanks to Sumi Sue, Captain Skittles, Cachette, Eric Schultz, John 1948, Diane W, Tanya B, and hang on a moment here. I want to say a quick thanks to our moderators. I really appreciate it. Thank you to all of our moderators. Hang on one sec. Thanks so much to all of our moderators. We have Danny James is moderating. Thank you, Danny. Really appreciate it. Rosie Freckle is moderating on YouTube. Thank you so much. Over there on Twitch, we have moderating. Hang on a second here. Over there on Twitch, we have moderating Daily Disclosure, David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Sarah. Thank you. Quick thanks to Gonzalez for your support on Twitch. Thanks, Gonzalez. Thanks also Marvel Abides, Coho Warren, Lily's Thoughts, Ernette Capitaine, Fedor Memphidis, Anton 680. Thanks for your support on Twitch. And also I want to say thanks to our Facebook moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators. By the way, Al Jazeera is showing a shot of Gaza right now, showing smoke rising, apparently I would think after various Israeli airstrikes in Gaza. I assume that's what that is from. Thanks also to Kay Lowry Body, who's moderating over there on Facebook. And I appreciate it. Thanks, Billy Joe Drage, for the Facebook stars. And any other mods who I might be missing. Hang on a second here. Okay. Oh, hang on. Give me 1 sec, guys. Just give me one moment here. It's 12:01 p.m. Israel time. Here we go. Hang on a second here. Okay. You can reach me on Twitter/X at Lookner at LOOKNER. Liz Cookman, she is, sorry. she is a journalist. She is in Ukraine, but I follow her. She says Hamas have taken control of 7 settlements. I have heard that reported. According to Israeli media, captured Israelis paraded through the streets, mosques in Jerusalem calling for war. This response from Israel is going to be ruthless. Gaza's future feels bleak. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very strong report. I don't know about this person. Hananya Naftali said mosques in Jerusalem are inciting war against Israel. Well, the prime minister has already said we're at war. Netanyahu has already said that. So it's certainly going to be an intense response. Look at this right here, guys. Breaking news. This is from Israeli Defense Forces. They just posted this. Swords of Iron. The Israeli Defense Forces is initiating a large-scale operation to defend Israeli civilians against the combined attack launched against Israel by Hamas this morning. This was just posted a couple minutes ago by the Israeli Defense Forces. They're calling it Operation Swords of Iron. They say we are launching a large-scale operation. We'll see what that all means. But again, breaking news, Israeli military officially announcing they are launching a large-scale operation. Oops. Quick thanks to, and rockets still being fired at Israel from Gaza. Thanks, J-Man the Giants fan. I'm still getting rocket alerts on my phone. Okay, Michael Horowitz posted this 20 minutes ago. Resident of Kibbutz Sufa, which is going to be an Israeli settlement, says on TV says there are still militants inside the kibbutz. She says they are knocking on people's doors and burning buildings. Sadly, I think what you're going to see when Israel finally, after hours and hours, when they finally get rid of the terrorists who are still in these Israeli settlements, I think you're going to see some really awful results. I'm guessing there's a lot of deaths and stuff happening that we just don't even know about yet. Hang on, I'm just checking some different things people have sent me. Oh, this is more footage here. Thanks, Boxmare, for letting me know. I didn't realize Aurora Intel posted this. So Aurora Intel said, footage from Gaza social media of an Israeli lady who has been taken hostage. So we've seen several videos of this woman, but I can't confirm she's been taken hostage. I just don't know. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, I've seen the videos of an older woman. I don't know if that's the same or a different woman than we've seen actually, but I can't tell for sure what's going on there. Kamloop mentioned me and said that one of the Palestinian news sites had posted this. So this is a Palestinian news site, Palestinian Info AR. They say part of the Palestinian resistance storming the Be'eri settlement east of the Gaza Strip. This is in Israel. Supposedly, this is from today. I mean, stuff like that had to have happened today, so. Oh, look at this, guys. Live update. Times of Israel alerts. Resident of southern Israeli town. They kidnapped my father. I saw pictures of him in Gaza. Resident of southern town. They kidnapped my father. I saw pictures of him in Gaza. A woman tells Channel 12 News her father has been kidnapped from a southern border community by Hamas terrorists and taken to the Gaza Strip. He messaged me they were in the house, she says, through tears. He told me they were taking him, says the resident. I saw pictures of him in Gaza. Wow. That's from Times of Israel. Manny Fabian says Israel Homefront Command restrictions. Israel Homefront Command is responsible for civil defense in Israel. They are responsible for civil defense in Israel. They say there's now restrictions on residents of southern and central Israel. Indoor gatherings of up to 50 people, outdoors up to 10. That's the limit. Workplaces, you can only go if there's shelter nearby. No schools. Restrictions valid until Sunday at 6 p.m. Wow, what is this? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second here. trying to look at various things. Oh, here is, hang on a second here. I saw a couple things I want to show you here. Sorry, let me just do this. A couple things I wanted to show you here. No, that's not how I'm going to show you. Is this going to work? Hang on one moment, guys. I want to show you something. I got to call it up here. Where is... Let me do something real quick here. Sorry, I gotta just do this real quick so I can show this to you. Maybe that'll work. Okay. So this is from a Telegram channel called News from the Field. They do a lot of reporting on Israel. News from the Field. And they posted this. They said, watch the documentation from the city of Ofakim, Israel, a short time ago. A number of terrorists and a large number of illegal immigrants were captured. So supposedly this shows hang on. Can I play this here? Oh, hold on. It's sorry. Supposedly this shows supposedly that shows equipment of the terrorists that has been captured in an Israeli village. Supposedly. I can't confirm that, but... and then they also posted this. It's all blurred out. They posted a video where they said a number of terrorists have barricaded themselves with hostages inside a house, and they're broadcasting it live on Facebook, they said. Here's a map here. I don't know how accurate this is, But this at least gives you a little sense here of what's going on here. Hold on a second here. So, there. Rajip Soilu posted this. He said, situation near Gaza according to a map circulating on social media. Now, I don't know if this is true, but there's Gaza, and the places that the terrorists have gone to are these settlements, these places where Israelis live not that far outside of Gaza. But I don't know. That's not exact. I don't know if that's right. I'm just giving you a sense of, like, I've seen some different maps claiming where they are, but I'm not saying that's right. But we're talking about settlements relatively close to Gaza. And still more rockets are being launched right now. More rockets are being launched at Israel, because I'm seeing the rocket alerts still coming right on my phone right now. Oh, what is this? Oh, I gotta grab this. How do I get this map? Where is this map? There's like an event map that Ynet posted. Hang on. Sorry, I'm pulling up a map here. This is a map from Ynet, and they have there's Gaza, here's Israel, here, there's Gaza, and they have various things written on here, like they say here. Oops, I can't read. There's nothing there. Where's the description? Terrorists infiltrated kibbutz Magen. Dozens of armed men raided the headquarters of Gaza division in Rai. Terrorists opened fire in the area where a nature party was held. Terrorists infiltrated this settlement, shot at residents, and broke into houses. Fear of abduction of civilians. Terrorists infiltrated kibbutz Nahal Oz. Many terrorists arrived in the town of Sderot in vehicles and opened fire on the city's residents. Many weapons were seized from the terrorist vehicles, including machine guns and grenades. Look at all these places. Terrorists infiltrated Nativ Hatara, opened fire on residents, and broke into houses. Terrorists infiltrated the Zikim base. I mean, look at this. So that's a map of some of the goings on. N12, Ynet says more than 260 evacuated to hospitals, at least 9 in critical condition. There's going to be a bunch of deaths from this too. There's going to be a bunch of deaths from this too, no question. We just don't know how many right now. Hang on one moment here. The Soroka Hospital in Beersheba announced that more than 130 wounded have been evacuated to the emergency room so far, some in very serious condition. Yeah, I mean, we've seen photos that appear to show a number of Israelis killed. A rocket alert still going off on my phone nonstop. It is 5:22 a.m. here. I think it's 12:22 p.m. in Israel. And this attack on Israel from Gaza started almost 6 hours ago. Yeah, 12:23. Started about 6 hours ago. Look at this, guys. From Trey Yingst, we talked about this. He's with Fox News. Israel has lost control of multiple communities along the border with Gaza. Hamas militants have taken over small towns with civilians still inside, according to Israeli media. And Manny Fabian reports, several battalions from the Standing Army of Israel have been deployed to the Gaza border as the military focuses most of its efforts on fighting Hamas terrorists still in the Israeli territory. Quick thanks to Philippe Lewis. Very generous of you. Thanks for your support very much, Philippe Lewis. Thank you also, Chuck Rosenberg and SL. Thank you. Yeah, and there's videos being posted now by the Israeli Defense Forces. Israeli Defense Force strikes Hamas targets in the Gaza Strip. They're putting out videos, Israel, of launching retaliatory attacks. But I don't think this is just going to be restricted to airstrikes, this retaliation. We're seeing a lot of analysis suggesting that we might end up having an Israeli ground invasion into Gaza. Yeah, and again, Greg Carlstrom, who's with The Economist several hours ago, said this is unprecedented, the biggest security failure in Israel in half a century, and something that will certainly lead to full-scale war in Gaza. So I'm checking some of the things people have sent me as well. Yeah, I think a really big question right now is, I mean, Israel is eventually going to get the terrorists out of the Israeli towns near Gaza. One big question, look at this, guys. One big question, though, is what has happened in these various Israeli towns and villages and kibbutzes? What has happened there? What is the human toll there? How many people have been killed, injured? How many people have been kidnapped? We don't know. We really don't know. Michael Horowitz says this Palestinian group has announced, we have announced the capture of a number of Israeli soldiers a short while ago. Yeah, a number of Israeli soldiers and civilians apparently have been kidnapped and taken into Gaza. Breaking news, at least 20 Israelis dead. At least 20 Israelis dead. Breaking news. This is this Israeli, I think it's like an ambulance organization or something. This is being reported now by Ynet. MDA, at least 20 Israelis dead in this attack. Israel's National Emergency Pre-Hospital Medical and Blood Services Organization, MDA Israel. At least 20 Israelis killed. Breaking news. That is again a national organization, the MDA. Israel's National Emergency Medical Service. Oh, that number could be higher. It says at least 20. That is 20 confirmed. But I would not be surprised if it goes significantly higher. But that is an initial number. That's what they know so far. There's a lot they don't know. Wow. Oh, this says at least 22 dead. N12 says at least 22 Israelis have been killed. I don't know why that difference. Well, anyways, I think it's going to go up, unfortunately. Over 300 wounded. That's from N12. Yeah, Khan says at least 20. It looks like 20 is the current number. This is from Walla News. MDA reported 20 Israeli civilians killed in the attack so far. At the same time, Israeli Defense Force deployed special forces on roads 3 and 40 in the center of the country. Look at this, guys. Police Commissioner Shabtai in Israel. Since the morning we are under attack, we manage several arenas along with all the additional forces. We know about citizens who are barricaded and are in all sorts of places. I call on the public. We will reach everyone. There are quite a few terrorists who have been eliminated, he says. And unfortunately, there are also, I think he means casualties from our forces and civilians. We are currently in a combat phase. I call on the public to show restraint and patience. Listen to the directives of the Home Front Command. We are strong and will do what is necessary to restore order. Wow. What is this here? Joe Truzman says, unconfirmed report from Palestinian media that an armed militants targeted an unknown Israeli aircraft with man pads. That would be like ground launched missiles that like people can carry during the initial stage of the conflict in southern Israel. See that right there?
بسم الله الله أكبر الله أكبر.
I don't know if that's from today or not. Oh, wow. Look at this, guys. Hold on. I'm hearing... What am I hearing? There is something I am hearing. I gotta mute it. Whatever I'm hearing, I gotta mute it. I am seeing a ton of photos purportedly of Israeli dead soldiers. I just saw a big bunch of them posted on Telegram. I've seen a lot of photos of purported photos of dead Israeli civilians and soldiers. What is this? Hold on. What is this? Hold on. Hang on a second here. Hang on a second here. Hang on. So I am looking at a video. Wow. Yeah, that's really terrible. It's really awful. I have not seen this before. There was a video posted on a Telegram channel I follow which shows purportedly video of a Palestinian group attacking an Israeli military facility or border post or something, a military installation. And the video I just saw, it's a combination of a couple videos, but there's like a lot of what looks like Israeli soldiers killed in the video. I can't show it. I was trying to just be aware of what's out there, but that I had not seen that before. Why am I not showing it? Because it would violate the terms of service of every platform that I might want to use or broadcast on. Wow. The head of Israel's like civilian medical organization. The head of Israel's it's the organization that helps people in Israel with medical stuff. Magen David Adam. He is on Channel 12 News instructing civilians in besieged communities how to treat wounded people. Wow. That is from Ignis Fadum, who is in Israel. The number of rockets launched is up to 2,500 now. 2,500 rockets launched from Gaza this morning, reaching as far as Jerusalem. It's from Bell True. Quick thanks to Alicia Alexander. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage of this crazy situation going on in Israel. It's now over 6 hours long. A rocket barrage attack and infiltration by, I think terrorists would be a good word, given that these people have gone in and killed and attacked people in Israel. Just seems like a massive failure by Israeli intelligence and defense. And Israel is currently fighting these infiltrators, these attackers, to try to get them captured or killed or out of Israel. Oh, what is this? Oh my gosh. I can't show this. Okay. So I just saw this. Bradley Moore sent me this. I hadn't seen this. Aurora Intel on Twitter. I'm not going to show the video. You can go watch it if you want. I just reposted it. They said Hamas have released footage from their raid and capture of the Israeli village of Nahal Oz earlier today. And there's dead people in that video. Nahal Oz is a kibbutz. It's a kibbutz, and about 500 people live on that kibbutz in Israel. And so they posted this video, and it shows them attacking the kibbutz. But I don't want to show any bodies. Yeah, it's really terrible. I'll show you how it starts. But I can't show you the rest of the video. It's crazy. There's soldiers who are dead, it looks like, and civilians dead. So again, the start of the video, it shows the beginning of this raid, supposedly, on this kibbutz in Israel. So it shows them driving in, and then the forces rushing into it like that. See? So I don't want to go any further in the video, but you do see a number of dead bodies in the video. It's awful. Maybe all the bodies are soldiers. I don't know. Maybe no civilians. I don't know. Anyways, look, we heard reports earlier that these Palestinians from Gaza who had infiltrated the terrorists had taken video of what they did. And we're starting to see those videos come out now. Starting to see those videos come out. This is a video that I hadn't seen yet. Elliot Higgins reposted it. I follow Elliot Higgins. This is from Clash Report. They say that this is purportedly a Hamas armed drone strike on an Israeli tank. We have seen an Israeli tank that looked like it was destroyed today. So is that this tank? I don't know. I don't know where they got the video. A quick thank you to Van Dan. I appreciate your support of the channel, Van Dan. Thank you very much, Van Dan. I do appreciate it. That's thanks for your support. Let's see here. Oh, another video of captured Israeli soldiers from Hamas. So Aurora Intel says Hamas has released footage of captured Israeli soldiers. They have different videos of different shots in the video of different Israeli soldiers who have been captured. Again, I want to be careful about the videos I'm showing here. I'm reposting a bunch of this stuff on my Twitter /X account, so you can go see some more stuff there. Yeah, Joe Truzman says Hamas releases footage showing what appears to be approximately 4 or 5 Israeli soldiers in its custody. There are still rocket alerts on my phone coming from Israel. But it's crazy that Israel was so unprepared for this. Wow, there's still heavy fighting in these villages, in these towns. You can see here. So a local leader in Israel was killed, who was a local leader near the Gaza Strip. And the replacement of the head of the Sodot Negev Council, who was killed in exchange of fire, says there is still heavy fighting in the settlements, in these towns, villages where these terrorists are. So this is over 6 hours after the start of this attack. Unbelievable. This is still ongoing. There is still heavy fighting between the Israeli forces and whoever else is fighting these people in the terrorist invaders. This is an ongoing attack. Update from Walla News. Walla News is saying that there's now 22 dead in Israel and 545 wounded, including 70 seriously. By the way, non-stop rocket alerts in Israel going off on my phone right now. Still happening. Rockets being fired in there. Yes, at least 545 injured now. At least the Ministry of Health said, this is from Ynet. The Ministry of Health says about so far 545 wounded have been evacuated to hospitals. Wow, look at this. Yossi Keren, who was the deputy, the person under the local leader who was killed in Israel earlier, said there is heavy fighting going house to house in one of these local towns. Unbelievable. Thanks, Edan XRT. Yeah, Nira Kraus, who's a reporter in Israel, says the official numbers are over 500 Israelis wounded and more than 20 killed. She says these are official numbers, but unfortunately that's not going to be all of them. The numbers are high. Oh, wow. Terrible. Terrible. So the MDA, which is the Israeli Civilian National Emergency Medical Service, says a medical staff member of the National Emergency Medical Service was murdered at the scene by a terrorist. Another one was seriously injured, and 2 of their ambulances were taken. A medical staff member of Israel's National Emergency Medical Service was killed by the terrorists today. Hold on a second. And another was seriously injured. Two ambulances were also taken to the Gaza Strip. So that is from GLZ Radio, which is Israeli radio news. I think it's operated by the Defense Forces. But again, the MDA, which is the National Civilian Emergency Medical Service, said one of their medical staff members was murdered at the scene by a terrorist. Another one was seriously injured, and 2 of our ambulances were taken to Gaza. Wow. Tal Schneider, who is a reporter in Israel, says 545 people have been taken to local hospitals in Israel. At least 22 are dead. Number will be higher for sure. We know of Israelis who were abducted to Gaza. Numbers are sketchy. One military base, Rime Camp Gaza Division, taken by Hamas. Some 7 to 8 Israeli villages, kibbutzes, were taken, captured with civilians shot at gunpoint, and houses set on fire with people inside. Wow. There was a complete lockdown, and residents texted and WhatsApped from indoors frantically as terrorists were in their houses. That's from reporter Tal Schneider. So there's going to be, of course, just an enormous response from Israel. But this is just Wow. Thanks to Lord Hydromage, by the way. All right, we're bringing you continuous live coverage. All right, here's what I need to do, guys. This is what I need to do. We're going to keep bringing you live coverage. Oh, hold on a second. What is this? Hang on. Joe Truthman posted this. It says, what appears to be a female Israeli civilian captured by militants taken into the Gaza Strip. The vehicle in the video was likely captured by militants. The video is edited. So he edited the video, I guess, to edit out the woman. But he says this looks to be a female Israeli civilian and a vehicle from Israel taken into the Gaza Strip. Thank you, Debbie James. Thank you, Debbie James. Okay, here's what I want to do. Sorry. All right, here's what we need to do. So we're continuing our live coverage. It is almost 6 a.m. here. I need to take a couple minutes break because I need to eat something. I've been up all night, and we've been on for a while covering this, and we're going to keep covering it, and we're going to stay live on this. But I just need to take a few minutes break. We've been on the air a little over 5 hours, so about 5.5 hours. So let me just take a few minutes break, and I'm going to come back. I'm going to grab a snack and then come back, okay? So I'm sorry to take a break, but I just need to just eat something, and then we can continue our live coverage. So I'll leave the stream going, and I'm just gonna, take a break for a few minutes and eat something. Okay, so I appreciate our moderators very much. I really appreciate our moderators. And again, give me a few minutes. I'm going to grab something to eat, and then we'll come back and keep bringing you more live coverage of this terrible attack on Israel by Palestinian militants in Gaza. All right, so I'll be back shortly, just a few minutes, and we'll continue our live coverage then. Okay, we are back here. Thanks for sticking with us. I just went to have a snack. Hang on a second here. All right, thanks so much to our moderators for being with us. We are back to bring you updates on this surprise rocket and land attack on Israel by Palestinian militant forces and Palestinian terrorists operating out of the Gaza Strip right here. So let me get back to bring you some updates. You know, one thing I'll say, I saw while I was on the break, I saw a video which shows there's that tank which was destroyed by Palestinian forces. And in the video, you can actually see that they did capture the crew of that tank. I don't know what happened to the crew, but it looked like at least one of them might have gotten killed. But you can actually see them capture the crew of the tank, and not just one person, several of them. Several of them. So. Oh, wow. Is this true? Hold on. Hang on. Where is that getting reported? I just saw a report, but I don't know where that's coming from. Over 3,000 rockets have been fired at Israel in the last, it's getting close to 7 hours now. Over 3,000 rockets. That's from N12. Oh, wow. Okay, so far there have been confirmed 22 gunshot victims. So this is from Khan News. Says MDA, which is like the National Civilian Emergency Medical Organization, has determined the death of 22 gunshot victims. 22 gunshot victims. So far. Wow. Hang on. Hey guys, if you're going to be rude in the chat, the moderators will time you out and hide you, okay? So cut the rudeness, all right? I'll hide you. I don't have the patience for it. The 22 is an official number. That's just so far. It's going to go up. That number is going to rise. That's just the official number right now. Sorry, I'm just getting kind of caught up in checking some different reporting here, including from some Israeli outlets. I'll check some Palestinian news outlets too. This is a report from Ynet News. Israeli soldiers who were called to the Sderot town, which is a town that was infiltrated by Palestinian terrorists, are scanning the streets of the city in order to locate terrorists who may still be in the area. At the same time, residents continue to report people knocking on their doors. Apart from the soldiers walking around the place, the streets in the Sderot are completely empty as residents lock themselves in their homes due to the fear of infiltration. Yes, you can see here it says at least 22 Israelis were killed in the surprise attack. That's an indefinite number since the rescue forces cannot at this stage enter some of the settlements where terrorists are still present. Also, there was this outdoor party of some sort with a lot of young people at it that apparently got attacked. The families of the people who fled the nature party are looking for them. Please help find them, says Ynet. Hundreds of people who spent this morning at a nature party in Kibbutz Reim found themselves wandering for their lives following the surprise attack by Hamas on Israel. Some of those youths who escaped have not yet been located, and their families are trying to publish messages on the networks with the aim of locating them. Thanks to our moderators. Chandra is moderating. I really appreciate it, Chandra. Thanks for being there early morning. Rosie Freckle, thank you, Rosie Freckle, for moderating. Also, thank you to David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, McBritches, Papa Bear, Tariag, and Sarah moderating over there on Twitch. Really appreciate it, and thanks to our Facebook mods too. Hang on one moment. One moment here. And then we will keep getting you updates. Kay Lowry Body's been moderating for us. Thanks, Kay. Sylvia Thevison. Thanks, Sylvia. Christina Neal moderating over there on Facebook. Thanks, Louisa Green, for the Facebook stars. Okay. Yes, rockets. I'm still getting rocket launch, Israeli rocket alerts on my phone. I've been posting a lot of videos on my Twitter account. My Twitter is @Lookner, @LOOKNER. If you want to catch up on videos, there's a ton of them on my Twitter account, @Lookner. Go there, go back and look at a bunch of stuff. There's some stuff that was too graphic to show here, but I've been retweeting stuff on my Twitter account. So feel free to go over there if you want to catch up on some of the video stuff. Seth Fransman, who's a Middle East security analyst, says it leaves a lot of questions, the endless videos showing how Hamas just crossed the border into Israel like it was nothing. I'm not aware of any evidence so far that shows that they were either confronted or stopped at any of the places they chose to enter. There's just a bunch of videos of Hamas forces crossing into Israel. These Palestinian militants crossing into Israel. He says, unfortunately, it seems Israeli civilians had close to no protection from today's numerous infiltrations. All the security systems that were supposed to prevent this seem to have been absent. The only thing that did work well in the morning was Iron Dome. But on the ground? Yeah, this is just a massive defense and intelligence failure on the part of Israel. I've also heard, and I haven't seen them. I've seen a number of videos of Israeli civilians and soldiers apparently killed and kidnapped. I haven't seen these videos. Jimmy Rushton says video is circulating of Palestinian terrorists gunning down Israeli civilians in their homes and pulling drivers from vehicles and slitting their throats. Now, I have not seen either of those videos. I don't know. They may be floating around. I haven't seen them. Good Boy says they're capturing a lot of people. They will be used in negotiation. Well, there have been apparently a bunch of civilians and military kidnapped. And taken to Gaza. All right, hang on a moment here. Let me just show you a little summary here for the New York Times. Israel and Gaza were on a war footing today as after Palestinian militants fired thousands of rockets into southern and central Israel. Well, it's not just that, it's that terrorists went in there too. In a surprise morning attack that was among the biggest from Gaza in years. Oh, this is the biggest attack from Gaza maybe ever. The Israeli military said armed gunmen had crossed the border fence in several locations and infiltrated Israeli communities in a drowned assault from Gaza, a poor coastal enclave that has been under blockade by Israel and neighboring Egypt for about 15 years. The numbers of dead are going to be much higher than this. At least 22 Israelis have been killed. Hundreds of Israelis wounded. The assault began without any warning around 6:30 a.m. On the Jewish Sabbath in the morning of a festival, the last in the series of Jewish high holidays. It was 50 years almost to the day after the surprise attack by Egyptian and Syrian forces over Israel's northern and southern borders at the opening of the 1973 war that traumatized the nation. Palestinian militants have infiltrated at least 7 Israeli communities and army bases this morning. Yeah, Ben says this seems like the biggest attack on Israel since 1973. I mean, I don't, in terms of from Gaza, I don't know that there's been anyone bigger than this. When the combination of the thousands of rockets and also the dozens, if not more, of these armed terrorists going into Israeli communities. You can see Wall Street Journal says Israel declares war on Hamas after assault from Gaza. Palestinian militants launched the biggest attack on Israel in years, sending fighters over the border from Gaza and firing thousands of rockets. Militant group Hamas launched a sustained barrage of more than 5,000 rockets in a coordinated attack by land, sea, and air. The Prime Minister Netanyahu said Israel is now at war. Gunmen crossed from Gaza into Israel's south. At least it's now 22 Israelis have been killed. That's going to be higher, and at least 545 people injured. And this is now over 7 hours into this, and there's still a number of places apparently in Israel where these terrorists are still there. All right, let's see if I can get you some more updates here. Okay, this is an update, guys. Look at this update from Ynet. They just posted this. This is an Israeli news outlet. Residents who live near Gaza are still under siege. Terrorists are burning yards and houses. 7 hours after the start of the surprise attack, and in several localities around Gaza in Israel, the residents are still besieged, and according to their reports, terrorists are passing through yards and setting the yards and houses on fire. It's still going on. It's still going on. Israeli military says fighting is still going on in numerous locations. N12 about 10 minutes ago posted this, 15 minutes ago said, there are still reports from the communities surrounding Gaza and Israel about terrorists who are still there. It's unbelievable. They came in by land, air, and sea. There's videos of terrorists flying in on these gliders, motorized gliders. IDF spokesperson tells here from Khan News, the IDF is going to launch a broad and very aggressive attack in the Gaza Strip. Look at this. This is from Walla News. Israeli Defense Forces fired an anti-tank missile at a terrorist squad in a house in Sderot, Israel. A force of a special unit of the IDF used an anti-tank missile against an armed terrorist squad in Sderot, Israel, after it opened fire on civilians and soldiers. Oh, also, report here from Walla News. The Israeli security forces regained control of the situation in the village of Netiv Hathara after terrorists from Gaza infiltrated the village as part of a surprise attack. Negotiations continue with terrorists who are entrenched with hostages in the region, says Walla News. The security forces continue negotiations with the terrorist squad that is holding hostages at the home in Ofakim. According to reports, the terrorists are armed with grenades. Wow. A lot of unconfirmed. Be careful with the unconfirmed reports floating around, guys. A lot of just unconfirmed stuff floating around. Rumors. Ignis Fadum, who is in Israel, who I follow, he's in Israel. He says the rate of rocket fire has decreased significantly, yet rocket fire still continues. Several thousand rockets. Even if there was no armed land invasion, this would still be hugely significant because of just the rockets, the amount of rockets. But several thousand rockets have been fired. There's still rocket alerts happening on my phone. What is this here? I just saw a photo I can't show you of purportedly Palestinian militants carrying the corpses of Israeli military personnel on a motorcycle through the Gaza Strip. Or at least one corpse. Bunch of videos of Israeli prisoners floating around. If you are hearing anything new, you can write to me on Twitter, @Lookner on Twitter/X. Let me show you some other reporting here. This is from Times of Israel. Israel at war, 22 killed. Hamas claims to capture soldiers and civilians in huge attack. Over 70 seriously wounded in unprecedented infiltration from Gaza. Many gunmen attacking homes, Israeli homes in the south. Thousands of rockets fired at south, central Israel. Reservists called up. We are at war, Netanyahu says after Hamas launches devastating surprise attack. Hamas fired thousands of rockets into Israel, and Palestinian gunmen crossed the border with the Gaza Strip and invaded multiple Israeli towns. At least 22 Israelis have been confirmed killed and hundreds wounded, and I'm sure those numbers will go up. Additional casualties were reported from Gaza border communities where gun battles still raged between the IDF and terrorists who were seen roaming freely in several places. how were they able to, it seems like a giant failure of the Israeli military and intelligence that this was not foreseen coming, and also that they were able to cross the border into Israel like this. So this is also going to be a political crisis for Israel, because I'm sure there's going to be all these questions asked about the Israeli leadership. Look at this. A resident of Bari, there is no army here. Terrorists break into houses that they burn full of bundles. This is from Ynet News. Over 7 hours after the start of the surprise attack, and in several localities in near the Gaza Strip, residents are still besieged, and terrorists, I think we read this already, terrorists are passing through the yards and setting them in houses on fire. A resident of Kibbutz Bari told Ynet, there is no army here. Call the army. Lots of terrorists breaking into houses, burning, hearing lots of gunfire. Still going on. Still going on. New report from Khan News Israel. Terrorists have infiltrated kibbutz Ein Hashlosh. A kibbutz is like a place where a bunch of people live communally. Terrorists infiltrated kibbutz Ein Hasholsha near the Gaza Strip, and there are reports that they have entered homes. The families are surrounded in the protected spaces. That's over here. Ein Hashlosha. Wonder how many people live there. About 400 people live there. BBC, what do we know about reports of hostages? The Israeli television channel Reshet 13 reports that Palestinian militants are holding Israelis captive in the southern town of Ofakim, according to Reuters. This is one of the first reports we have from Israeli media on the situation, after widespread claims on social media Palestinian militants have been taken captives. Unverified videos on social media appear to show Palestinians taking civilians captive and moving them by motorbike into Gaza. Also, BBC reports major investigation begins over Israel intelligence failure. Israeli government officials tell me a major investigation is being launched as to how Israeli intelligence failed to see this massive and well-coordinated Hamas attack coming. It will go on for years, one says. Yeah, it is crazy. It is 6:49 a.m. here. We've been up all night covering this. You know, yeah, guys, I've seen these like unconfirmed reports that a power plant was hit by a rocket in Israel. I don't know that that's true. I'm not seeing reliable sources on that. There's a lot of rumors floating around. Let me show you. Gaza is here. Gaza is not that big. It's incredibly crowded. You know, it's probably about 20 miles long, Gaza, but it's very densely populated. 2 million people live there. "25 miles long and about between 3 to 7 miles wide, basically." It's the Wikipedia says it's the third most densely populated political unit in the world. This is from Al Jazeera. Al-Quds Brigades, which is, I believe, the Hamas military wing. Oh, no, they're Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But they're a militant group. They're a militant force that operates out of Gaza. They say, "We confirm we have many captured Israeli soldiers." Certainly, there's been videos floating around of captured Israeli soldiers that appear to be. So, I don't know how many Israeli soldiers have been captured, but could be a bunch. That's going to be a big deal, obviously, and Israeli civilians too. Al Jazeera says, Israeli media, flights banned until further notice due to security tension with Gaza. That is from Al Jazeera. I'll see if I can find that anywhere. Sorry. Excuse me. So this is a quote from the Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson from GLZ Radio. Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson. They will take difficult hours, but we will clear all the settlements in Israel of terrorists. Sorry. Luke Degling says still see flights out of Ben Gurion Airport. Yeah, I haven't seen any kind of confirmation on the airport stuff. I don't see it reported in the Israeli media. So I'll let you know if I see more. There's still rocket alerts going on my phone. After 7.5 hours, there's still rocket alerts going off on my phone. Wow. Is this? I have not seen this. What is this here? Where is the original of that video? So I just saw this account called Clash Report posted this video, and they said reported footage showing another Israeli tank abandoned on a highway in southern Israel. The rest of the video shows killed Israelis on their cars. Now the video's kind of like edited out, but I haven't even seen that video yet. So I'll see if I see it somewhere else. Sorry, we've been up all night covering this. It's crazy. Still nonstop rocket alerts in Israel on my phone. Nonstop. Been going for hours. I actually have to plug my phone in. I think there's been so many alerts, my phone's running out of battery. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not really operating at full capacity right now because it's almost 7 a.m. here. So I'm doing my best. Really, my focus right at this point is just to give you guys the latest big updates. But I'm sorry I'm not kind of more on top of everything. Look at this, guys. So this is from about 20 minutes ago. Resident of Kfar Gaza. That's going to be an Israeli town near Gaza, right? Kfar Gaza? I assume that's what it is. Kfar Aza? Maybe it's that one. Kfar Aza? Anyways. A resident of whatever place this is in Israel, they don't stop shooting outside. There is no army or police. Everything has collapsed. A resident of an Israeli village near Gaza who was still besieged in his home since 6:30 a.m. So that's 7.5 hours ago. Oop, are we coming back here? Hold on. He told Ynet that there is no army or police here. Everything has collapsed. According to him, I am home in the MMD. They are constantly shooting bunches around the house and shooting at us. I don't know who's shooting, but they don't stop. We have been under fire for hours. I have not heard of the army or the police. I lost contact with my son, and my daughter-in-law said she had no idea what was going on with him. Still going on. I mean, not only do you have the apparent lack of resistance to these terrorist forces coming across the border, but it's taking hours and hours and hours to get them out. Thanks to all of our YouTube members and Facebook and Twitch subscribers, by the way. I very much appreciate your support. Yeah, I've seen these unconfirmed reports. I don't know if this is true. Clash Report says unconfirmed reports claim Palestinian groups reportedly captured Israeli Brigadier General Nimrod Aloni at his home. I don't know if that's true. That is unconfirmed right now. If I hear some confirmation, I'll let you know. I agree with Recep Soylu. Recep Soylu says it is really hard to count how many Israelis are at the hands of the Palestinian groups. There are numerous videos and more emerge all the time. Yeah, I think you're going to be seeing in the coming days more videos emerge and photos from the Israeli civilians killed and injured in these various villages where these terrorists went. Why am I calling them terrorists? Well, when people go across the border into towns and just start killing civilians, that sounds like terrorism to me. So that's why I'm calling them terrorists. Oh, this is an important update actually here. Hang on a second here. What is going on with this? Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says rate of rocket fire from the Gaza Strip seems to have slowed down in the last hour. Israeli defense forces are still working to clear Hamas terrorists from Israeli territory. No comment from officials on captured Israelis. Thanks, Marky B. Yeah. I just saw some more pictures of Israeli prisoners, purportedly. I don't know if they're Israeli prisoners. I don't know if they're legit pictures, but Palestinian media is posting more pictures of purported Israeli prisoners in Gaza. Tal Schneider says, Hamas terror group publishes footage showing its members capturing a number of Israeli soldiers during an attack on a military base on the border with Gaza Strip this morning. Other clips circulated online have purported to show Israeli civilians taken hostage. Thanks to Jennifer Asbury and Nelson Carter. Thank you. Bringing you live updates here. But, I mean, there's clearly going to be a huge response military by Israel to this. Again, there was this outdoor party a bunch of young people were attending in Israel, which apparently got attacked. Esther, this is from N12 News, Esther, who was injured at the nature party, to News 12. Me and a friend ran away, and a young man picked us up. On the way, they shot at us, and the car overturned. The guy who drove and saved us was unconscious, and we managed to escape. Wow. Thanks, Carolina Girl. Thank you. Yeah, the video of the... there's some videos of Israeli soldiers, you know, there's a video of a tank crew being taken into custody, there's bodies of Israeli soldiers being stomped on in the Gaza Strip, and... Oh, wow, what is this? I'm not going to show it because it's a little bit graphic, but Clash Report posted this. There have been a couple videos that came out that I think have been posted by Palestinian groups, maybe by Hamas, I'm not sure, that appear to show the Palestinian militants dropping drones on Israeli forces. So there's another video that I retweeted of a drone dropping an explosive onto a tank. In this one, I'm not going to show it to you, but it looks like a drone dropping an explosive onto like some Israeli soldiers. That's from Clash Report. Thanks, Peter Shappy. Yeah, that's a little bit graphic, so I'm not going to show that. Oh, this is interesting. Hang on. I've seen a couple reports that say Israel and Palestinian groups are negotiating over these hostages. But I haven't confirmed that yet. Yeah, I never confirmed that planes that the air. Again, I showed you a report from Al Jazeera that said that claimed that flights weren't operating in Israel, but I didn't see that in any Israeli media. So I have not seen that confirmed anywhere. Some people said they saw flights taking off. I don't know what degree flights have been affected, but if I hear about some kind of airport closure, I'll certainly let you know. Hang on a second here. Yeah, and it's all right. I mean, it's 7:13 here, so I've been up all night covering this, so I'm sorry I don't have the energy to do more right now. Oh, here's an update from Ynet News Israel. Terrorists were killed in Opim. The fighting in the city is still in progress. In Ofakim, the fighting still continues, with terrorists who infiltrated the city and the security forces surrounding a building where the terrorists are. Earlier, about 8 terrorists who entered the city were eliminated. This is also a large number of people from Gaza who basically were agreeing to be suicide fighters, because I think there's a great chance they would be they would be killed. Oh no, I'm not going to take a break. I mean, if I take a break at this point, I'm going to be sleeping some. But I'm sure we'll end up doing more coverage of this, because I'm sure there's going to be a significant military operation by Israel. I mean, Israel says they're at war. What that will consist in, I don't know. What is this here? Yeah, some viewers are sending me videos of Israelis apparently being taken hostage. There's a bunch of those floating around. I'm not showing the hostage videos, but there's a bunch of them floating around. How many Israelis have been taken hostage? We don't know. We don't know. How many Israelis have been killed or injured? We don't know. Oh, this is in Sde Road, according to Clash Report. That's a town where there was a big presence of terrorists. Clash Report says Israeli forces now deployed across Sde Road. I mean, it's incredible. You know, they go into a town and they're like, well, we think there might be terrorists somewhere in here. You just got to, how do you find them? I really do appreciate all of our moderators who have been here. You guys are awesome. Rosie Freckle and Lyra Stars are here right now. I appreciate Chandra. I really do appreciate it. Hang on a second. Also, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, McBritches, Papa Bear, Sarah. Yeah, I'd love to be giving you more summaries and more perspective and stuff, but at this point, given how late it is and I haven't slept, I'm really just trying to stay on and give you some more updates. Let's look at this. This is an article by Seth Frantzman, who I follow. He is a Middle East security analyst. This is from Jerusalem Post. It says, a massive unprovoked attack on Israel. This is an unprecedented attack by Hamas and other terrorists in Gaza, the likes of which has not been seen since the group came to power in the Strip. This is because this attack combines both rocket fire and attacks by terrorists along the border of Gaza. How did we get here? In the past, conflicts with Gaza also often went through stages, with a slow buildup of tensions. The attacks this morning were unprecedented in their size and their extent. Hamas has tried infiltrations before, but the Gaza border fence and security have generally prevented those attempts. It is clear that Hamas and terror groups in Gaza have sought to dictate the tempo of the conflict, attempting to wrest that decision from Israel. In a sense, this could be seen as an attempt by the terrorists to replay the Yom Kippur War, which included a surprise attack on Israel 50 years ago. But these terrorists do not have warplanes or a conventional force, and Israel is in a much stronger position. Anyways, if you want to read the rest of this, you can go to Jerusalem Post. Thanks, Anne-Marie, by the way. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll go for a little while longer, but I'm trying my best to just stay on. Look, some of the things that obviously you're going to want to know is how many Israeli civilians and Israeli soldiers have been captured by the Palestinian groups in Gaza. You know, we don't know. Also, obviously, what has the human toll been? How many Israeli civilians are dead? We really honestly don't know, and injured and missing. I think you're going to see some really horrific stuff emerge from different places where these terrorists are, and they haven't been flushed out yet. What will the Israeli military response be? We know it's going to be something big, but what are they going to do about this? Are they going to invade? Have some kind of invasion into Gaza? Samuel thinks there'll be a full ground invasion of Gaza. I mean, you know, it's not that Gaza has a military close to Israel's, because they don't. But Israel's going to want to take actions against Hamas and these other Palestinian groups. Oh, yeah, actually, if you look at Al Jazeera, they're showing a bunch of, looks like explosions in Gaza. So Israel is launching airstrikes on Gaza. This is what Israel does when when there's rockets from Gaza launched at Israel. And so there's airstrikes going on. I'm sure Israel will say we struck buildings X, Y, and Z because they're used by Hamas to do, you know, A, B, and C. But I don't think it's just going to be airstrikes. I think you're going to have some kind of ground incursion of some sort by Israel. That'd be my guess, but and you know, is Israel going to be? Are they going to reach some agreement where these hostages can be given back? How long will that take? Don't know. BBC says complicated situation surrounding reported kidnappings. The Hamas gunmen who have infiltrated southern Israel are unlikely to remain at large there for long. They will either be killed or captured by the Israeli Defense Forces or withdraw by themselves. The more complicated situation surrounds those Israelis reportedly kidnapped by Hamas and possibly taken into Gaza. Israel has two operations here: mount a special operations rescue mission or wait it out and negotiate. Both are fraught with risks. Excuse me. I hope the hostages get back to where they originally, get back to Israel, but we don't know what's going to happen. Update here. This is from Ignis Fatum, who is in Israel. He says, Israeli media reports heavy shooting that was heard in Ofakim, Israel. Could have been special forces storming the building with the terrorists in it. Unconfirmed. Clash Report posted this: street fights in southern Israel. And then, yeah, some of you saw stuff on TV about on different news stations about this. Aurora Intel says multiple impacts being reported as dark smoke rises over areas of northern Gaza. Also, are there going to be more rocket attacks on Israel in the days to come? That I don't know. By the way, I'm guessing we'll do more coverage of this in the days to come. This seems like it's going to be a really big situation. One thing I would suggest, if you want to know when we're coming on the air to cover these things, we do have we've set up a free notification system through Discord where you can sign up and you'll get a notification sent to you a few minutes before we go live, because I never know when we're going live. So that works well. So if you're interested, the mods can post that link to the Discord notifications, and also you can find the link to the Discord notifications at the bottom of the YouTube and Facebook video descriptions for this broadcast. Also, we have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, and some of our viewers like doing that. That's all free. Some of our viewers think it's going to be going on a lot longer. Well, I would not be surprised if it does. This is interesting. Michael Stevens is a fellow with the, he is a senior fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. And he says, I have worked on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict for nearly 20 years. Honestly, I have no blanking clue what's going on, what this means, or where this heads. Literally anything is possible. He says, I spent 4 hours on Thursday night talking about the current state of the conflict, Palestinian internal politics, and particularly Hamas, and the trajectory of it all. This scenario never came up, not once. Nadav Eyal, who's an Israeli journalist, says, if one of the military reporters has an explanation as to why cannons, muskets, or firepower were not activated on the breaches in the penetration points on the border, let him update. I made several calls. I received no answers. Bethan McKernan, who's with The Guardian, says unconfirmed reports from Palestinian factions that 57 Israelis, dead and alive, have been taken into Gaza. Grim videos are circulating. Notable, it was the abduction of just 3 Israelis that sparked the 2014 war. This is the first time Palestinian forces have managed to seize in territory inside Green Lines since 1948. Ongoing hostage situation in Israel in the southern city of Ofakim. Some reports say several Hamas terrorists killed by Israeli forces. There are no official confirmation yet. That is from Manny Fabian with Times of Israel. All right, guys, here's what I think I'm going to do. You probably can tell I'm pretty tired because we've been up all night covering this. I wish I was not tired. But, yeah, so I strongly suspect that we'll be covering this more. It's very possible that, like, you know, I'll get some sleep and I'll wake up and we'll just cover it again. So it depends on what's happening. But yeah, I'm not really much good to you right now because I'm just so tired and not able to really add much to what's going on. So I think it's probably the right time for me to wrap up this stream. But yeah, I mean, we very well might be doing more of this later today. So I'm sorry to wrap up this stream right now, but you know. So, and then if I'm fresh, I can, you know, give you more of a summary and take more of your questions and comments and stuff and look at the stuff you're sending me. I can't really do any of that right now. Yeah, look, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. I do anticipate doing more coverage of this. Agenda Free TV. If you subscribe or follow, make sure you turn notifications on. So, for example, if you're watching on YouTube, here, hold on. If you're watching on YouTube, for example, you're going to want to click the notifications bell. There's a little bell. Click the bell and choose all notifications. Make sure whatever platform you're watching on, just sign up for the notifications. Also, I'll post when I'm off the air. If I see something big happen, I'll post on my Twitter account, Twitter X. It's @Lookner, so you can follow me there. And also follow Agenda Free TV. I always post on the Agenda Free TV account @Agenda Free TV when we're going live. So, yeah, my thoughts to everybody impacted in Israel from this. Just terrible. And just unbelievable that this happened. Unbelievable also failure of intelligence and the Israeli intelligence and Israeli military. So there's a lot more to talk about with this, but again, I just need to get some rest. I did mention we do have our free Discord notification system. Oh, let me thank our moderators. We've had moderators in and out of the chat all night. We've been here all night covering this, and I can't thank the moderators enough. They're incredible. Really appreciate them being here in our chats. Rosie Freckle over there on YouTube right now, and all of our other ones. Chandra, thanks for being with us. Lyra Stars, Late Night, and I owe a couple people some thank yous. Thanks to Karen Holland for your support. Thank you, Karen, and thank you also to Michael Crowley. Thank you, Michael, for your support. And also thank you to Duster Singer. I really appreciate it, Duster. Thanks to you for your support, Duster Singer. Thank you. Much appreciated. Also, thank you so much, Christina Neal, who's over there moderating on Facebook. And our Twitch moderators, too. But our mods are fantastic. Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, LB Prairie, Don McBritches, Papa Bear, Sharon C54, and Sarah. Thank you. Thanks to Steffi Sat for subscribing on Twitch, too. Let me just take another look here and see what's happening. Look at this. Okay. So there's video going around, and this account, OSINT Technical, has been looking at some of these videos and showing where and figuring out where they are. So he says he saw videos showing at least 8 Israeli civilians in vehicles gunned down at a certain intersection south of Sderot. Now, I haven't seen all these videos, but I've seen some videos. Again, he said from what the stuff he saw, he actually figured out where it was taken. He also said near Oz, at least 8 civilians were killed by militants in a shelter, probably a kibbutz dormitory. Footage shows the execution of at least 1 wounded. So, again, he's looking at videos that he sees, and he's geolocating where they are. And he said, not going to post images, but at least 7 civilians were gunned down at this bus stop outside of the public library in Sderot. I think I've seen those videos, those photos they're awful. They're horrific. So you can look at the photos, and then he is going and figuring out where they were taken. Female civilian shot and removed from car next to a playground. So there's going to be a lot of stories about this, just people getting terrorized. Hang on, I'm just checking for updates real quick as we get ready to sign off here. Excuse me. Okay, so again, big thanks to our moderators. Hang on a second here. By the way, Khan News is reporting that large forces of the Israeli army are facing the terrorists with hostages in sight. That was like 20 minutes ago. And then reports of battles against terrorists in Sderot. That's from N12. Okay, sorry. And I really appreciate you guys sending me messages and news tips during the stream. I'm sorry I can't get to all of them. I was trying to look at as many of them as I could, and I was looking over a bunch of them. So I really appreciate that. That's super helpful. If anybody's interested in being a volunteer moderator, you can just ask the mod. That would be awesome. You can ask the mods for more information about that. I also really appreciate your support of the channel. Oh, thank you to Nelson Carter for your support. Thank you, Nelson. Nelson says Zelensky just posted on Israel. Again, thanks to all of your support is what allows me to do this channel, allows me to be available full-time to cover news when it happens. So I really appreciate your support for the channel. Zelensky, I'm not going to read the whole thing. Zelensky says terrorists should have no place in the world. Israel's right to self-defense is unquestionable. Anyways, you can go to his Twitter and read his statement if you want about this. Thanks also for Louis Pacheco. I appreciate it, Louis Pacheco. Thank you. Yeah, a big thanks also to our Twitch subscribers and our Facebook subscribers and our YouTube members. You know, over there on Facebook, people like Duster Singer and Billy Joe Drage, Eve Richards, Connie Ori. These are just some of our subscribers over there. Thanks so much. And all of our other Facebook subscribers, our Twitch subscribers, just to name a few: Anton, Steffi Sat, Shaggy, Gonzalez, and Ernty Capitaine, and all of our other Twitch subscribers, and our YouTube members. Really appreciate your support. Just to name a few people like Mag and Coggles and Sky Breeze, Samuel DeMarco, Jeff Manji, and others. Oh, and thank you, Tim Bellwood. I appreciate that, Tim Bellwood. Thank you. All right, again, I'm sorry I can't stay on for longer. It's just we've been up literally all night covering this. So, yeah, if you want, I've been posting a bunch of videos on this and updates. So, you can go to my Twitter if you want and kind of go back through the timeline, and you'll see a lot of stuff on this because I've been posting throughout the coverage. I've been posting on my Twitter stuff. So if you want to go to @Lookner, if you want, you can my Twitter X, and you can go down and look at a bunch of stuff there. And I posted some videos there that I couldn't show on the air, but I posted them there, or I reposted them there. All right, again, so I do apologize for having to get off the air. But I think it reaches a point where I'm not really helping you guys. So, and if I'll let you know what I hear about when I'm off the air, and then it's very possible that I'll sleep some and I'll get up and we'll just come and do more coverage. I wouldn't be surprised if the rocket fire continues. Maybe there's a break and then more rockets get fired at Israel and there's more Who knows? Who knows when all this is going to be going on? It's 2:45 Israel time. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this up, and we very well might do more coverage when I wake up, and by then I'll have more sleep and be able to talk more about this. Also, I do think this was obviously a huge. Obviously, Israel did not expect this to happen, and I'm seeing a lot of analysts trying to kind of make sense of all of this. So my guess is that if we cover this again by then, there'll be some little more expert analysis on this that can maybe give some perspective here and offer some theories onto why this happened now and all that. But anyway, so my thoughts with everybody in Israel dealing with this attack. And look, this is not going to be good for the people in Gaza as well. You know, Gaza is a very, very poor economy there. In Gaza, and it's not going to help matters if there's, you know, not going to help the well-being of people in Gaza if there's armed conflict with Israel. So it's not a good situation. All right, so I do appreciate you tuning in very much. I really appreciate your help with the coverage, people sending me stuff, and thanks for participating in the chats. And thanks again, huge thanks to our moderators. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go get some sleep. But this is an ongoing situation. You have terrorists still in Israel, in various towns. They're still there. Clashes going on with Israeli forces. And then what happens with the Israeli military response to this attack after? And then we don't really know the full toll in Israel of what has happened. So we'll be finding that out. Oh, let me just show you this from Trey Yingst, by the way. Trey's been doing some great reporting. He says Hamas claims they've taken dozens of Israelis hostage. Gun battles continue in the distance.
Just another update on the situation. There are dozens of hostages inside Gaza. We don't know exactly how many, but I would encourage you not to share the videos that are circulating online and on Telegram. Right now, rocket fire continues, though it has subsided a bit in the southern part of Israel. There are still ground battles ongoing. We've heard gunfire in the distance and many wounded soldiers taken to this evacuation point. Just another.
Okay. So I'm going to wrap up this live stream, but this is an ongoing event. I am not wrapping it up because the event is over. I'm wrapping it up to get some sleep. And we very well might have some coverage coming up later. So that is it for now. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.
rockets to use at a time the supreme leader of Iran's choosing to eliminate Israel. Now, a lot of people are asking why now. I do think this has a lot to do in terms of timing with this Saudi-Israel talks and using Hamas to spoil those talks, because they would build on the Abraham Accords and they would be transformative for the region. But this is an all-out war, Neil, and the United States needs to be very clear that we 100% have Israel's back. The statement that came out of the embassy, the U.S. embassy this morning, was despicable. That called on Israel to not respond. It's since been deleted, but I think that shows some of our bureaucrats' true colors.
You know, Congressman, Turkey apparently says it's ready to help de-escalate this situation, that it's in close contact with all the parties. It's coming from its foreign ministry. What do you think of that?
Look, we haven't even seen the other shoe drop yet. You know, to the north of Israel is Hezbollah, that has hundreds of thousands of more Iranian-purchased rockets. And what the goal here, Neil, is to overwhelm Israel's defenses with dumb rockets. Then they have GPS-guided missiles that can hit things like downtown Tel Aviv, government buildings, their nuclear power plant, the airport. Israel, and particularly under the leadership of Netanyahu, cannot continue to live with a gun to its head like this. And I think they're going to need to take down that capability, but I think they need to also take down the head of the snake. And this administration's appeasement policy they're going to say that the $6 billion they just released was only for humanitarian aid, but we know the money is fungible. And we know that what that did was free up billions for Iran to use for its proxies. And it's no coincidence that this is happening just weeks after that transfer.
We don't know that for sure, but I do know this, and you're a great student of military history as well as a brave fighter in your own right. But I've seen this craziness in the Middle East dating back, as I said, to the Nixon administration when this Yom Kippur war was launched by Syria and Egypt. There have been different players since, but through Republican and Democratic administrations alike, it has been a hornet's nest. And I'm just wondering now, when I hear the Hamas leaders, Haniyeh, telling other Arab countries that Israel can't provide you with any protection, whether that is coming indirectly as a money line from Iran or what have you, that there is a sense that this powder keg continues, and there's nothing we can do about it. What do you think?
No, but Neil, no, respectfully, I disagree there. That's conflating two things. We are no longer in a state of the region where countries like Jordan or Egypt or others are invading, these Arab nations are invading Israel.
That it was good money after bad when it came to Ukraine. Do you fear that same thinking will apply to Israel?
Well, and I want to be clear in your previous statement. I'm not saying that this is a partisan issue.
No,
I'm
I know
saying it's
you're
a
not.
matter
You're
of
not. I just
policy and
wanted to be equally
strategy
clear
about appeasement.
I wanted to be equally clear. But go ahead. I apologize.
But I mean, but there's just no denying that the Abraham Accords were transformative when it came to the Gulf Arab nations and the relationship with Israel, and that we were looking at historic peace accords just a few years ago. And now look at where we are here. And what I'm talking about is appeasement never works. And it certainly is not working with Iran. It's only emboldening Iran.
Does that
states
apply, Congressman, to those who are concerned about the good money after bad thing I raised about Ukraine, that whether that, or do you fear it might extend to Israel, even if it's just financial support?
Well, I think there is a very different view of Israel as our key ally in the nation, and that is very well understood across the American populace and across our political sphere. What is less understood now, and I think people are rightly asking questions, is have we backed ourselves and dithered ourselves into a stalemate in Ukraine? How long is this going to go? What's it going to cost? What does victory look like in line with our interests? And Neil, that has not been explained by this president. To keep saying, if you don't rubber stamp a blank check over and over again, therefore you don't back democracy in Russia. I mean, there is a lot of middle ground there, whether it's European burden sharing, whether it's our energy policy. Europe's still buying Russian oil and gas. They're just doing it through India and Hong Kong. So there's a lot of, I think, valid questions about the lack of strategy from this White House, and therefore, where is all of this going with billions and billions and billions of dollars flowing out the door? Those are, I think, completely valid. That doesn't make you an isolationist, and that certainly doesn't make you pro-appeasement.
Hamas somehow pulled this off, right? And it's the fourth time it has done so since it essentially got this occupied area back in 2007, and that's with the blockade. But this one is raising a lot of eyebrows because, A, the sweeping nature of it, the effectiveness of it, and the total surprise of it. What do you make of all of that?
Well, I mean, right now, I think it is a time for Israel to defend itself and to hit back hard and to hit back at the head of the snake as well. However, Neil, we do need to unpack, and I'm sure the Israelis will, with our assistance. This was an intelligence failure. There's no other way to describe it. I don't know if somehow Hamas now has encrypted communications provided by Iran, if there was a failure of of Israel's human source network, but certainly for them to be able to develop this sophisticated of an attack right under Israel's nose and execute clearly with external support is something that that both Israel, with the help of the United States, will have to take a very hard look at.
Congressman, we will watch the fallout of all of the above. With me right now is my colleague, Martha McCallum. She was in Israel not that long ago. Of course, it's the bedrock of so many religions, but also so many controversies. Martha.
Neil, it's good to be with you. Obviously, we're all watching this. It's an extraordinary, awful morning, very tragic for the people of Israel when we see what's playing out here. And as you were just talking with Congressman Waltz about this coordinated attack on 25 locations, when we were there in the beginning of the summer, we went into the West Bank area. You see the walls that are surrounding Jerusalem. You see the walls that are the boundaries to get in and out of these areas. And, you know, at that time, there was some sort of low-level discussion about concerns. We were with Trey Yingst at one point in that trip as well, that people live with all the time in Israel, concerns about skirmishes, concerns about attacks, and the feeling that they are always facing this possibility, but they are incredibly resilient people who go about their work every day, and the mission to keep their country intact and to keep it strong and independent. So it's hard to ignore the larger shifts that we've been seeing going on in the world, though, and you have excellent guests who've talked about this morning. I think about this $6 billion that came from Iran. You think about this percolating deal that seems to be the desire of both MBS, who Brett interviewed just a few weeks ago, and Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, who both said they were closer than ever to a deal. And I think that's the kind of statement that chills the bones of the Iranian leadership. It isolates them. It threatens them, even though they had recently brokered their own sort of agreement between Saudi Arabia. And just to point out again, that was done at the coordination of the Chinese. So you have to really, it appears that this is such an enormous, brutal attack, as Netanyahu called it, a 9/11 for Israel. And what we saw after 9/11 here is that you get a shift. You get a shift in alliances, and it does feel as though this is a larger scale moment that all of us will have to watch and see the impact of, Neil.
You know, Israel is already saying, you know, all hands on deck, to your point, Martha, calling up tens of thousands of reservists. It hasn't done something to this degree, and certainly not to this amount in 50 years. Yet here we are. And it does make you wonder about the fallout.
You know, I think there's such pride in Israel at the mandatory military service that all of the young men and women there do. And I think it's something that's been discussed in this country. It would be obviously very hard to implement in this country, but you see these young men and women at all the checkpoints all over Israel trying to protect their country. I also was at an off-the-record briefing with the Israeli leadership during the UN meetings just a couple of weeks ago, and while that was off the record, just in terms of the broader mood, they, I think, felt strong about their ability to fight back and retaliate, and their intelligence, the strength of their intelligence, the strength of their ability to target some of these Palestinian leaders, which they had actually done right before we went last summer, very effectively to push back on an attack. But the scale of this is it's so unsettling, and you can well imagine the reaction that the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is having. This is his 6th term as Prime Minister of Israel. So this is going to cut very, very deep. And those people are in those tunnels. They're being held against their will. There will be a massive retaliatory attack that's already underway.
Indeed it is,
by the Israelis.
Martha, thank you very much for that. Martha McCallum on that, and that response is happening right now. Israel has gone ahead and confirmed that Hamas has Israeli captives. We don't know that many. We do know hundreds are feared dead across Gaza and Israel. An Israeli response to this, for example, in the Palestinian area, has claimed about 300 lives. This is coming from the Palestinians. We know that Israel's ambassador to the U.S. has expressed confidence in Washington's support. The president of the United States has already indicated to Benjamin Netanyahu, with whom he chatted about an hour and a half ago, that support will be forthcoming. The mood on the Hill is to support Israel in this clear terrorist attack. That is the view they have. And now the fallout is beginning.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declaring war on the Palestinian militant group Hamas following a violent surprise attack near the Gaza Strip this morning. At least 100 Israelis and 198 Palestinians have been killed in the clashes. Welcome to Fox News Live. I'm Griff Jenkins. Hi, Molly.
Hello, Griff. I'm Molly Line. We have Fox team coverage with Mrs. Collinson live from the White House, Alexandria Hoff in Washington, and Trey Inkst on the ground in southern Israel. Trey, of course, we will start with you for the latest developments. To you, Trey.
Molly, right now the Israeli military is striking targets inside the Gaza Strip. We understand that the Palestine Tower in Gaza City, a high-rise building, was just leveled in an Israeli strike, prompting new threats from Hamas, the group in control of Gaza, to fire rockets at Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. How did we get here? Early this morning, around 6:30 a.m., factions inside Gaza launched a massive rocket barrage. Throughout the day, more than 2,500 rockets fired into southern and central Israel, targeting major population centers. As those militants did that, they blew a hole in the border fence between Israel and Gaza and sent in hundreds of Palestinian militants on the backs of pickup trucks and on motorcycles headed to a music festival here near the border, open firing on the attendees and taking territory along the Gaza Strip. There are many towns and villages that sit near Gaza, and at this hour, Hamas is in control of some of those areas. The sirens you hear behind me here are at an evacuation point where injured and wounded soldiers and civilians are being taken and transported to other medical centers. But the big issue for Israel tonight and what they are trying to address first is twofold. One, trying to secure this area, as border police do believe there are still Palestinian militants in southern Israel. And the second issue has to do with the hostages that have been taken by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. Dozens of Israeli soldiers and civilians were taken, both dead and alive, into the Gaza Strip during the operation today. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the country is at war. Molly.
Trey, just a quick follow-up there as you're standing there in the ground. You've been there all day. Tremendous job reporting. The vehicle traffic going back and forth behind you, are those people that are finally able to move around when they've been stuck throughout the day, sort of hunkering down for their own safety? All right, I think we're having a...
Okay.
All right. Just having a little bit of
We're
audio
having a little
there
trouble with Trey's audio
Trey.
there. Next, we're going to head for the White House, reacting at this point in time to this unexpected attack on Israel today. The Biden administration saying it's monitoring the situation and says the U.S. is standing with our longtime ally. Lucas Tomlinson is live from the White House with the latest on this. Lucas.
Mali, officials say this was the largest attack on Israel in a half-century. In the Yom Kippur War 50 years ago yesterday that was launched against Israel. That was a surprise attack and war, and this is another one today. President Biden is here at the White House alongside his Secretary of State, no doubt getting briefings all day. Biden in a statement saying, quote, the United States equivalently condemns this appalling assault against Israel by Hamas terrorists from Gaza, and I made clear to Prime Minister Netanyahu that we stand ready to offer all appropriate means of support to the government and people of Israel. Terrorism is never justified. Israel has a right to defend itself and its people. The United States warns against any other party hostile to Israel seeking advantage in this situation. My administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering. Now, just like the Yom Kippur War 50 years ago, today's attack launched not only on Israel's Sabbath, but also on a Jewish holiday that marks the conclusion of the annual cycle of public Torah readings. Secretary of State Antony Blinken here at the White House calling his allies in the region and issuing a statement of his own saying, quote, the United States unequivocally condemns the appalling attacks by Hamas terrorists against Israel, including civilians and civilian communities. There is never any justification for terrorism. We stand in solidarity with the government and people of Israel and extend our condolences for the Israeli lives lost in these attacks. We will remain in close contact with our Israeli partners. The United States supports Israel's right to defend itself. Now, former Defense Secretary Mark Esper, speaking to Neil Cavuto a short time ago, offered his assessment of the large attack today on Israel.
It was a surprise. It caught the Israelis completely off guard, and you can't say anything, but it was an intelligence failure. And I think, look, we're dealing with a tactical situation on the ground, which is terrible and tragic for both the Israeli citizens and the Israeli military.
Now, Congressman Mike Waltz, the first Green Beret elected to Congress, saying a short time ago that this is, quote, this is 100% Iran calling the shots. And now there's some evidence that Hamas has learned a little something from the Ukraine war. We saw earlier some footage on social media showing an Israeli tank getting destroyed by a Hamas drone using a grenade that hit the turret. That's the soft part of the top of that Israeli tank. Molly?
Right, Lucas Tomlinson, thank you. A lot to cover right now. Appreciate your reporting. Griff?
A lot to cover indeed. Southern Israel left with devastating damage after the Palestinian militant group Hamas launched that surprise invasion from Gaza, bombarding the country and killing many. Alexandria Hoff is live with new striking images and reaction from Washington lawmakers. Hey, Alex.
Hi, Griff. Yeah, the brutality of these attacks are undeniable. The horrors of the sights and sounds are echoing here in Washington with plenty of reaction pouring in. But once again, just to map out how this day began, how it's unfolded, the first assault was carried out around 6:30 a.m. local time with a barrage of missiles from Gaza. The only warning was near the border. It was air raid sirens coming in. And smoke, it also billowed over the city of Ashkelon. That's about 30 minutes south of Tel Aviv, where one man described the sky falling in on him and his family.
At around 6 in the morning, a rocket fell near the house, and due to that, everything got burnt. The house destroyed, the windows, and the walls. We heard a massive shock. The child was startled, "I don't know. We live in a reality that is not real."
He said, "I don't know," because there is so much unknown for their future at this point. And immediately after the rockets came the militants crossing the border. Hamas military released footage of that breach. Now, additionally, what's been described as an Israeli army tank, it's seen it was captured by Hamas, apparently, with people posing for photos with that. Now, reaction from Capitol Hill has been swift. You have Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer extending his prayers, adding, quote, "The terrorist attacks by Hamas and the people of Israel are absolutely horrific. The U.S. stands with Israel in its unwavering right to defend itself." From Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, quote, "Today's terrorist violence against Israel is a reminder of the evils that motivates Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and their patrons in Tehran." Now, Republican Congressman Michael Waltz writing on X, "This is 100% Iran calling the shots." We had Congressman Alex Mooney. He agreed with that earlier on Fox News today. He spoke to as much as that earlier. We hope to play a soundbite by him. I don't know if we have that right now, but we do have the top Republican on the Senate Armed Services Committee, Senator Roger Wicker. He also strongly condemned the unprovoked attacks, writing in a statement, "President Biden's lenient policy has sent billions in cash to Iran to continue its funding of terrorists and has jeopardized our closest regional partner, Israel." So it's important to remember that right now the House is operating without a speaker. The legislative branch is essentially paralyzed until a new one is selected. So several congressional sources have been telling Fox News that this could spell potential problems for the U.S. should there be a need to respond to a national security concern at home or abroad. And I want to mention one more thing. You have Congressman Patrick McHenry. He is serving as interim speaker, and we are receiving information right now that it's unclear if McHenry can receive a briefing because he is not the permanent speaker. So that adds another layer of complication to the issues that they are trying to sort out here in Washington. Griff.
Cannot receive a briefing and cannot bring bills to the floor. You're right, paralyzing the legislative branch at this moment for a prolonged period of time. Alexandria Hoff covering all things from Washington. Alex, thank you. Molly?
For more on the fallout from Hamas's surprise attack on Israel, we are joined by Victoria Coates, former Deputy National Security Advisor for the Middle East and Vice President of Foreign Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Victoria, thank you so much for joining us with your insights as this is unfolding now for many, many hours. I want to get your thoughts on the sophistication, the scale of this, and how it was missed by Israel as well as the United States, which is a great partner, particularly when it comes to sharing intelligence. Your thoughts?
Well, thank you, Molly. And yeah, that's really the staggering thing is the scale and the sophistication of this attack, which could only be carried out if a terrorist group like Hamas, which is a non-state actor, has a nation-state sponsor, and that sponsor is Iran. Absent Iran, there's no way they can pull this off. And so we know Iran is taking all of the money that's been flowing to it for the last 2.5 years with the permissive attitude toward its oil sales to communist China and pouring that into fueling an unprecedented terrorist operation against innocent Israeli civilians.
Victoria, it's Griff Jenkins. I have a question for you because now the world is wondering who is behind this and why now? What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, thanks, Griff. It's very clearly, Iran. This is Tehran lashing out at Israel, but also with a very specific purpose and at a very precise time. 50 years after the Yom Kippur War, obviously, is a momentous anniversary, but also coming on the heels of the very open declarations by both Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel of how close they were getting to a truly historic peace deal to bring prosperity and security to their citizens. The Iranians hate that. That's a worst case scenario for them. So clearly they've been plotting this for some time, but when they saw an imminent deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel, they decided to pull the trigger.
Victoria, I think you're raising something I've been wondering about because of how big this is, how broad, how coordinated, the swath of land that they're covering, the land incursion as well as from the air, from the sea. How long has the planning gone on for? You're talking about some of these other elements, diplomacy that are happening around the world, and perhaps, this is a longtime enemy that's always plotting to some degree and has called for the end of Israel. But how are they able to do it at this moment, as you mentioned, when these historic deals were on the cusp?
I think it's because they've been fattened up with additional resources over the last couple of years. I remember in the spring of 2017, 2018 timeframe, visiting Gaza with your former colleague, Heather Nauert, when we were both in the Trump administration. And we went and saw all of the terrorist installations, the tunnels going into southern Israel from Gaza that were being uncovered and destroyed. And we had a real period of calm there for a while because Iran was being starved of resources. We had the maximum pressure campaign, the most significant economic sanctions in a generation, to keep the money out of the hands of Tehran, because when they get this money, Molly, all they do is spend it on terrorism. You can see in almost dollar-to-dollar equivalents. If you unfreeze funds, if you let them sell oil, they spend that money on violent mayhem in the region, and they spend that money on attacks on Israel.
Victoria, just in the last 30 seconds we've got left, let's talk about the escalation ladder and what we're going to see. Obviously, Netanyahu's primary triage at the moment is to take back those territories and towns from this ground invasion, but then he's promising an unprecedented price Hamas will pay. What does that look like?
Yeah, it has to be a full-out campaign against Hamas, as if they were a state actor in this case. And it has to be a full-out campaign against this spreading Iranian influence. The White House, through its Office of Palestinian Affairs, their first response this morning was to call for restraint. That's the last thing the Israelis need to hear. They need to hear that the United States has Israel's back and will support in every way possible what they have to do to keep their country safe.
Great insight, Victoria Coates. Thank you for taking time. Please come back to us if you have any more developments. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, for more reaction to this developing story, we're joined now by Republican Congressman from Tennessee and member of the House Oversight Committee, Tim Burchett. Congressman, thank you for taking time. Quickly, let's get your reaction to what we are all waking up to and seeing on our televisions today.
Well, this is 100% being pulled off by Iran. You know, we freed up the Biden administration, unfortunately, freed up about $6 billion and virtually green-lighted their nuclear attempts. I think we better be very cautious about what's going on. We need to be totally in support of Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu. And I think we're going to get ready to see how Israel will defend itself, and they will do a very good job at that.
Hey, Congressman, it's already been talked about, the reaction from Washington. We now, in the light of what we're watching in Israel, it underscores the national security concerns with the legislative branch essentially paralyzed without a House Speaker for a prolonged time. You played a part of ousting Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir. We followed the rules, and those rules were even voted on by Kevin McCarthy. We still have the executive branch, which feels free to put money where it needs to be. And I don't think that, do you honestly think we're going to run down to Washington this weekend and pass legislation and take care of something in Israel? It's already in place. I think that's just muddy in the waters, and I don't think that's very accurate in the assumption, not throwing any cold water on you, but that is not even in the realm of reality.
Listen, I appreciate the conversation, but to push back on that, you effectively have the legislative branch of government paralyzed because you don't have a House Speaker. You're not going to have one for a prolonged period of time, and then no bills can come to the floor. And in light of what is clearly an escalating Middle East crisis, I would think, and correct me if I'm wrong, we should have all branches of our government functioning at 100%. In this case, with the House, it's the only one controlled by Republicans.
Yes, sir. Well, as you know, the Senate is not meeting this weekend either, and by Wednesday we'll be united around a speaker, and this will just be something in our rearview mirror. I can assure you of that, because the Republican Party and Congress will be united in our support of Israel. So that doesn't bother me one bit. I think we'll be in good shape. Like I said, Senate is not meeting this weekend either, and it, you know, and nothing moves through the legislative process. It moves like a glacier. So I think we're going to be okay. And we've also already funded Israel, I believe, around $3 billion, and so right. I believe they're going to be okay.
Well, and I appreciate your point on the funding, and Israel does not ask the U.S. for much more than support. We obviously do not send troops of that like. But just in the last 30 seconds, It's unclear that Patrick McHenry, the pro tem, will even be briefed. And while you say there's no meeting this weekend, there's clearly going to be briefings on what's happening, because this appears, by all accounts, to be an unbelievable failure of intelligence to not have seen this coming. Your thoughts, if you have any insight on whether Patrick McHenry, the pro tem, can be briefed on a matter like this? And are you concerned that there was a failure of intelligence here?
I'm not that concerned. That's Israel's business. They generally take care of their own, and I can assure you they're going to take care of this. And I'm not sure what Patrick McHenry's role would be, even if he was speaker in this. We're going to issue our condemnation of these terrorist thugs? Well, obviously we will. But anything that happens will be it would take, it's going to take a week anyway. And by Wednesday we'll have a speaker, and again we'll be back in business.
A last question with the 10 seconds I've got, Congressman. Have you announced who you will support for Speaker?
I'm just not supporting myself. Being one of the 8, I believe when you endorse, all you do is pick up enemies, not friends, just like a debate. You bring your side, I bring my side, and we both leave thinking we won. So I don't think that's going to do any good at all. I've talked to the candidates, and I will make that decision this week.
All right, Congressman Tim Burchett, thank you for taking time, and thank you for your insight, sir.
Thank you, brother.
All right, Molly?
And from the other side of the aisle, we bring in Democratic Congresswoman from Pennsylvania and a member of the House Intelligence and Foreign Affairs Committees, Chrissy Houlihan. Thank you so much, Representative, for joining us here today as we're beginning to see this historic war unfolding. Netanyahu has said that his country is at war. The magnitude of this attack is something that hasn't been seen in decades. From just the committees you sit on, the information you have, how is it that Israel and the United States missed that this was coming?
So first of all, thank you for having me. And second of all, my heart is with all of the people of Israel and Palestine right now. And in terms of what, who knew what, when, that's definitely something that we've already been asking ourselves, in our internal chat rooms, in our Intel Committee and Armed Services Committee. We very much need to understand, how this happened. And I hope that we'll get a briefing, frankly, as Representative Burchett was talking about. It's important for us. Our job is to make sure we understand what we know and why we didn't know things. And so I'm hopeful that we'll have that briefing as soon as possible, as early as possibly Monday.
There are reports that some on the committee, Democrats, are beginning to get updates about what's happening there. Is there anything you can share with us or share with the American people?
No, I wouldn't say that that's the case. I think that we have similar information as the American public does. It's coming in as you guys are projecting it and as other news outlets are projecting it. And every bit of it is alarming and appalling. It's very, 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 very concerning what's happening in Israel. And I'm very grateful that the Biden administration has made it clear that it's absolutely appalling, first and foremost, that we are behind rock solid in our allies with Israel and making sure that they are able to fight back against this horrible last couple of hours.
And that sentiment has been shared by various members from the Biden administration. I want to talk
be able to do what we've just seen happen last week in Congress.
Yeah, there is a lot of work to be done and some security concerns, too, and things that Congress may need to respond to as we're watching what's unfolding in Israel. Representative Chrissy Houlihan, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Griff?
Thank you for having me.
Coming up, Fox News chief political anchor Bret Baier will weigh in on Palestine's surprise airstrikes out of Gaza.
Griff? Thank you for having me.
Coming up, Fox News chief political anchor Bret Baier will weigh in on Palestine's surprise airstrikes out of Gaza this morning. He has sat down with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Benjamin Netanyahu. A whole lot of insight and a whole lot more developments coming up after the break.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
One roll of a lifetime, one sore throat. But she had enough. She took Mucinex InstaSoothe sore throat lozenges. Show your sore throat who's boss. Mucinex InstaSoothe works in seconds, lasts for hours.
Constant Contact's advanced automation lets you send the right message at the right time, every time. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Buying a house is complicated and confusing, especially now. That's why who you work with matters.
Together with HomeLight, we find solutions for every buyer. Our team helps you get the home you love every time.
We're not writers, but we help you shape your financial story. We're not an airline, but our network connects global businesses across nearly 160 markets. We're not a startup, but our innovation labs use new technologies to help keep your information secure. We're not architects, but we help build stronger communities. We're not just any bank, we are Citi.
I served in the Army for 11 years and deployed overseas 3 times. I understand the price of freedom, and I'm aware of the threats we face from our foreign adversaries. Countries like China, Russia, and Iran believe in oppression and censorship, and they want to dominate and use tomorrow's technologies against America. If you value free expression and an open internet, join me in sending a message to Congress. It's time to strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
Jim Jordan on Sunday Morning Futures. After being endorsed by Trump, the congressman discusses what's next in his battle to win the speakership on Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this. Loan Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Messy happens. When it does, there's HomeAglow. For just $19, HomeAglow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? Hey, it's Cade Courtley, former Navy SEAL platoon commander, TV host, and best-selling author. Some people are concerned that they might have to go for a long period of time without power or electricity. That's why I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. Now, with double the capacity and expandable to run your critical devices even longer. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. So you'll sleep like a baby because it's safe to use inside. People are lining up for these generators.
I know that I can run my refrigerator for about 40 hours before I have to recharge this. This could be a lifesaver for you.
Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
U.S. Embassy personnel in Israel now instructed to shelter in place amid the violent clashes between Palestinian militant group Hamas and Israelis. For more on this, we're joined by chief political anchor Bret Baier. Bret, thanks for coming in the studio. Nobody more than you is more equipped to weigh in now after just having the sit-down back-to-back interviews with both the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, with Prime Minister of Israel, and a lot of talk today about what this does to the normalization of relations in the Middle East. Let's get your insight.
Yeah, Griff, good afternoon. I think this puts all that on the back burner. I mean, first of all, I've heard people, Mark Levin and others, talk about this as Israel's 9/11, and I think that that's right. I mean, we have not seen anything like this in decades, and it's really, in some ways, unprecedented. 2,500 rockets from Gaza launched, a lot of them taken out by Iron Dome, but many of them hitting. But then, more importantly, the land incursion with those brigades of Hamas terrorists going community to community. There are videos now online of these efforts and shooting women and children. I mean, on the video, a lot of them have been taken hostage. We now hear from the Israeli Defense Forces that the number is about 140 dead, 700, 800 injured, but they have hostages, and they have specific operations going into these communities along the border there to try to take out these terrorists and save the hostages. You're talking about really laborious stuff. If you talk to any military operator in the U.S. or any place, this is the stuff they hate because it's town to town. This is a massive, massive attack. You saw the Israeli Prime Minister say this is war. And I think that any talk of normalization is probably out the window. You had a statement from Saudi Arabia saying they're watching this closely, but the statement went on to say the concerns of the Palestinians. Then Qatar put out a statement saying this is solely on the back of Israel, this terrorist attack. Those statements, will stir the pot in the Middle East and will make things exponentially worse. And it'll be interesting where they come out publicly beyond those initial statements coming up.
Bret, Molly here. I think you're raising a great point here about sort of the global reaction, the breadth of what this could all mean as it continues to escalate. When you did that interview with the Crown Prince, he called the normalization with Israel the biggest historical deal in decades. And now you're seeing these statements come out from various countries that shows some of these nations are not remotely close to being on the page with Israel. Where could this go, potentially escalate in the weeks ahead?
Well, first of all, Molly, good afternoon. I think it's really in a bad place. This is massive, and I think it has the potential to change the Middle East in a bad direction, and it's going to take a little time to even get it back on track. Listen, this attack, just talking to a number of experts over the past couple of hours, had to have been planned for months and months. This is not just days and weeks. This is months and months because of the coordination, the complexity. There's a lot of talk from Republican lawmakers about the $6 billion to Iran, and that's fine. And that happened in recent, the past few days, weeks. This had to be well before that as far as planning. However, broadly, the talk about Iran and funneling money to terrorists like Hamas, like Hezbollah, is a real concern, and one in which clearly Iran has already publicly been talking about supporting this effort, and you would imagine that they are intricately involved in the planning and operation of this.
Bret, you absolutely put your finger on such an important point there, and that is this is a failure of intelligence in perhaps unprecedented ways, because the planning for this, a multi-front ground attack, an unprovoked attack on civilians along with the missiles, does not happen overnight. Bret Baier weighing in, giving us the very latest. Thanks, Bret.
You bet.
Molly?
GOP candidates expressing outrage over today's surprise attack in Israel while taking shots at President Biden over foreign policy. Mark Meredith is live in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, with more on this coming up.
The Fed is printing money like crazy. Debt is rising by the trillions. Is there a way to profit from this madness? What do these experts say?
The more money you print, the less your dollars are worth, and that's why you want to own gold in your portfolio.
Even Bank of America says $3,000 gold is entirely possible.
Silver still has the biggest run coming up.
Gold will outperform stocks, and silver will outperform gold.
Experts agree massive money printing and rising debt could send gold and silver prices much higher. How high? Find out. Call for the experts' money printing report and gold and silver decision guide. See just how high gold and silver prices could go.
I think gold and silver will win big.
The report and guide are free. Also ask how you can get $15,000 in bonus gold or silver. Call Lear Capital now at 800-885-2000. 800-885-2000. 800-885-2000.
Attention, this is an important message. If you suffer from lower back pain, hip pain, and shooting pain down your legs, you could be experiencing a sciatic nerve pain attack. Now, researchers have discovered a simple switch to instantly turn your pain off. It's called Be Active Plus, the ingenious acupressure system that applies gentle targeted compression to turn off sciatic nerve pain signals for instant relief. Just slip it on, adjust the strap, and the pain is gone.
Oh, wow. It's like a button just turned the pain off.
Wow, I can feel the pain relief already.
The pain is gone.
I feel a lot of relief already.
Sciatica is an excruciating pain that radiates from your lower back down into your legs. But simply apply Be Active Plus to the trigger point on the calf just below your knee and live, work, and be pain-free.
The instant I put it on, it was like an immediate relief. I was able to stand up straighter. Oh my God, this thing really works.
The secret is the AcuPoint pressure pad that applies gentle targeted compression to the trigger point so the pain is turned off. In fact, it works so well, the FDA cleared Be Active Plus as a medical device.
With Be Active Plus, it can help apply pressure to the trigger point on the side of the calf to help relieve sciatica.
Wear it while walking, playing with the kids. Plus, it can be worn discreetly under clothes. Be Active Plus is the revolutionary drug-free way to make sciatic nerve pain go away. Call or go online to order your Be Active Plus acupressure system for the special TV discount price of just $29.99. If you don't begin to get instant relief, send it back and owe nothing. But to make this the most pain-free offer on TV, you can get a second one. Just pay a separate fee. Call or log on to buybeactiveplus.com. Order now.
I do take Balance of Nature and have for years. I love to go on walks, hikes, anything physical. I enjoy golfing, and I feel like Balance of Nature helps me to maintain that active lifestyle that is so important to me. Here I am, 81 years old, and yet I'm walking, playing golf. We will stay on it forever.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
HomeAglow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeAglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
GOP candidates expressing outrage over today's surprise attack in Israel while taking shots at President Biden over foreign policy. Mark Meredith is live in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, with more on all of this. Mark, to you.
Molly, good afternoon to you. The Republican presidential candidates are weighing in real time to these deadly and shocking attacks in Israel, many of them putting out some written statements, but a few also making comments on camera, including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Here's what he had to say while campaigning here in Iowa earlier today.
Joe Biden's policies that have gone easy on Iran has helped to fill their coffers. Israel is now paying the price for those policies. We're going to stand with the state of Israel. They need to root out Hamas, and we need to stand up to Iran.
Former President Trump also releasing a blistering statement saying these Hamas attacks are a disgrace and Israel has every right to defend itself with overwhelming force. Sadly, the American taxpayer dollars help fund these attacks, which many reports are saying came from the Biden administration. We brought so much peace to the Middle East through the Abraham Accords, only to see Biden whittle it away at a far more rapid pace than anyone thought possible. Here we go again. We'll look to see if the White House has any reaction to the former president's comments. Trump is going to be here in Cedar Rapids. All these people right now, they're lined up to hear from him a little bit later on today. We're likely going to hear him weigh in even more on what happened overseas, and it's likely that it'll happen at one of the other stops that's happening in Iowa today. We were also hearing from those still challenging him for the nomination, including South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. This is what he had to say. He goes, "America's weakness is blood in the water for bad actors, but it is worse than that. We just didn't invite this aggression. We paid for it. Iran is the biggest funder of Hamas. This is the $6 billion ransom payment at work," the Biden $6 million ransom payment. Now, there's one notable thing that we've heard over and over again, Molly, here is these candidates putting a lot of their anger into what happened on the White House. We'll look to see whether or not the president offers any reaction to that specifically, or whether or not they're going to keep the events focused on what's happening, not necessarily politics at this moment. Molly?
Yeah, swift critiques there from the GOP contenders. Mark Meredith, thank you. Griff, to you.
Molly, for more on how the candidates are responding to the attack on Israel, we're joined now by Republican National Committee Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel. Ronna, I want to pick up where Mark left off his reporting there, which is many of the candidates are putting the onus on Joe Biden, on President Biden in the White House. And actually in an RNC statement you put out, you guys say that you blame Joe Biden for unfreezing $6 billion for Iran and reiterated your standing behind Israel. Can you expand on your thoughts there?
Absolutely. I think this is a great opportunity for our candidates to contrast where Republicans have stood with Israel time and time again, and Joe Biden has been weak. And when America is weak, the world is less safe. We're seeing this not just with the war in Ukraine and with an emboldened China, but now with an attack on Israel. Let's not forget that it was on 9/11, just less than a month ago, when Joe Biden refused to go to any of the 9/11 sites, that he announced that he was giving $6 billion to Iran. This is what he did. That was his priority. And now we are seeing the biggest funder of Hamas, Iran, getting money from the United States of America. And I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think we have to go too far to connect the dots that now Hamas has attacked Israel. This is falling squarely on the shoulders of Joe Biden. It took him 45 minutes to respond. And I think every Republican candidate needs to point out the distinction between our foreign policy and our interest in national security for the United States and the world versus the failure of Joe Biden. And I think all of it stems back to the failed withdrawal out of Afghanistan.
Ronna, obviously Americans are worried about their pocketbooks, inflation killing them, the border, which I've covered extensively, obviously a top issue. But do you believe now with this attack we're witnessing, and just so our viewers understand the significance of how big this attack was, a multi-front land infiltration of Israeli towns and territory, along with 2,000, 3,000 missiles launching, unprovoked attack on civilians in Israel. Do you believe this issue will now move to the top of concerns for the candidates on the campaign trail?
Well, I certainly think it will elevate. You know, Griff, we know this, right? As campaigns unfold, there are always unexpected events that happen that change the course of a campaign. And when you compound the failed withdrawal out of Afghanistan, when you look at Obama and Biden's Defense Secretary Gates, who said Biden got it wrong every time when it came to foreign policy, when you see an emboldened China, when you see what's happening with Ukraine, there is no question that Americans who are feeling less safe at home economically, certainly on the streets with crime rising, but now are saying he's not only a failure domestically, he's a failure when it comes to foreign policy, and our country is less safe because we have such a weak leader in Joe Biden.
All right, RNC Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel, thank you. We had so many political things to talk to you about. Obviously, this is the story of the day. Always great to have your insight. Thank you, Ronna.
Thank you, and we stand with Israel. Thank you so much.
All right. General Jack Keane on the Hamas surprise attacks on Israel this morning. We have him live coming up to get his insight. Stick with us.
Works hard at hour one and twice as hard when you take it again the next day. So Betty can be the barcode beat conductor. Let's be more than our allergies. And for fast allergy relief with a powerful decongestant, try Zyrtec D.
The boys the Niners. This rivalry on Sunday night is Cowboys and Niners, baby. Better get your popcorn ready. No.
No.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Isn't this great?
Yeah! Yeah. I could do a cartwheel in here.
Oh, hey! Would you like to join us? No. We would love to join you.
When my dad would go to work, I'd be in his toolbox trying power tools, and the only time I got in trouble was when I took his skill saw, whacked the hedges in front of the house. He didn't like that. Like him, I've become a union carpenter, and so have my sons. 36 years in the field, and I've never seen it this good. There are people I know getting hired right now because of the laws that Joe Biden got passed. The CHIPS Act and Joe Biden's infrastructure deal, that's what America needs. That's what the working American family needs to get back what was lost.
Bidenomics is just another way of saying restoring the American dream. It's rooted in what always worked best for this country. Investing in America, all of America.
There's a manufacturing boom, and it's thanks to Joe Biden. We're out there every corner in every state doing what we do best. That's building America.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year. Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 65 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just one day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call. We're waiving all installation costs with no interest and no payments for 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-348-2867. Call now.
Hi, I'm William Devane. See this number? This is the amount of debt our nation has